Well, hello, chat. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Streaming on a Thursday? Yeah. It's a thing now. It's a thing now. It's a thing because stream is brought to you by the Concerned Farmers of Belgium. I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy. There we go. It looks like it's working, chat. This is our first stream where we're going to be trying some simulcasting, and I have a feeling it's actually working. Feeling, not sure. Hype? Hype indeed. Hype. Hype for the farmers. And look, I exist. Hello. Hello. I have the idea that my stream is indeed working on my YouTube, which is amazing. I love this. I wish I wouldn't be the only one looking at it, but you know, we have to look at this to make sure we keep up with all the stuff that's happening. But yes, hype. We have 2 chats to keep in mind. Oh, don't do it. Don't be naughty to one another. We're supposed to be working together here. We are supposed to be working together here. That's the idea. That's the idea. So chat, what we're gonna do today, and learning Godot. I'm gonna update the chat info. And Godot tutorial. Learning Godot. We're gonna actually be doing the Godot tutorial from start to finish. And the reason we're gonna be doing this is because we yesterday finished the, let's say, workable kind of prototype of our game, which is Man in Space. Or an astronaut in space was the right name. It's an asteroids clone. There's a few things that I don't like about it, and that's what we're going to be trying to remedy by learning through the tutorial, which is going to be fun, chat. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be all the rage, all the fun, all the rage. With that being said, I'm actually going to go ahead and try and set this up. Because for this, I would need a third screen, and it's going to be very difficult to do that. Godot. And we're actually going to go ahead and get the tutorial going. And for that, we're going to use the one... Ew! Game tutorials. Well, hello. There's a few we can pick here, actually. We can use the one that is written by Godot itself, or we can use one that is written by someone over on kidscancode.org. So, Kids Can Code is going to make a old school space shooter, which is kind of what Asteroids and Man in Space is about. Let's actually see what the actual Godot website does for a tutorial. Online courses? Well, if I had more time in my life, I would. If I had more time in my life, I would. You're popping up on my main screen again. I don't like it when you do that. I don't like it when you do that, OBS. I want you to stay there and to never again move in your life. Is that only happening when I minimize? Is that what that is? Yes. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. We won't minimize the OBS. We will not minimize you. We'll keep this in mind. We'll keep this in mind. And I do think YouTube is running well right now, which is great, which is awesome. That I'm very happy about. That I am very happy about. That means I got it to work. The problem with that is I have to keep up with 2 chats right now. Here is a Reddit page with all kinds of assets for Godot. Well, hello. Getting good at Godot. 2-day day and night cycle. 2-day day and night cycle. Chat. Introduction to procedural generation. That might be interesting. We could learn about procedural generation whenever we want to figure out how to build a game that is not unlike a roguelike, which is one of the games that I do want to make eventually. Let me actually see if I can update the YouTube live streams. And learning Godot. There we go. Awesome. Awesome. So, what do they make? Because if I remember correctly, they do have a your first 2D. There we go. Your first 2D game. What is this? So here are our options, chat. Here's what we have. We can either make a space shooter, which is kind of what we might want to use as a reference to use later in our A Man in Space game. Or we can use the Dodge the Creeps game, which is a bit more, you know, it's a bit more, let's call it easier. It's going to be a bit more simplistic. But this is going to go over all the basics. Ideas. Ideas indeed. Ideas indeed. Just sending out a few things here. Give me a sec. You are late? I am late? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am very late. I am, in fact, if I go by the Discord, I am, in fact, late by 40 minutes, by about 20 minutes. About. Ish. 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 Which, you know, that's what the stream is about. That's how it goes. It's been a streak for me at the moment where I predict like I will be there in 15 minutes and then chaos happens. And we all know we do not want chaos in our lives, do we? No. We also don't want it in our D&D campaigns. I know you're there. So, let me set up the new project. And we're gonna call this tutorial. We're gonna make it easy on ourselves. And we gotta save this somewhere. Gotta save this somewhere. I just don't know where. Godot. And make a new map? Yes, I can. We're gonna call this tutorial. And we're gonna use that folder. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the 2D old school space shooter as the tutorial for now. Because I think it's kind of what we wanted to do for A Man in Space. And doing that, we can figure out what we did wrong. And what we should have done otherwise. And again, do we want that? Do we want that? We could also go with dodge the creeps and learn more about, you know, the very basics. Now let's go with the space shooter, so that we have a point of reference to stick with. OBS, I don't want you to hop on my main. I do not like it when you do that. Don't you get it? Don't you get it, OBS? Don't you get it? Okay. Okay. So that being said, we're gonna go with project setup because that's what we're doing. You can name it anything you like, since this is okay. So now I need to download some art for the game, which we will download now. I will just download it without paying. Thank you, because I'm cheap like that. You don't have to be cheap like that, but I'm cheap like that. Oop. There we go. And I should find a way to show you this. Go ahead and create this, as this will make it far easier for me. And then now we're gonna hop over this. And if I recall correctly, we set this up correctly last night. Yeah, we did. We did. And this should go. Okay. Now we're gonna cancel that. Okay. Let's figure this out. So first off, I would like to kind of stretch. Ooh, that's a bit. Ooh, that's a bit too much. We don't do that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get rid of the taskbar again, aren't I? Can I full screen you? Can I not? Is that not an option I have? No. Is there an F11 on this? Big sad. Big sad. Oh look, spam emails. Spam everywhere. It got better for a while. It did. But not anymore, chat. The spam will always find you. The spam will always find you. The spam is always there. It is the friend you don't want nor need. What am I looking at? Foam stars? What's a foam star, chat? I got a mail of Square Enix, and it's talking about foam stars. What's a foam star, chat? It looks very... It looks very busy. That's what I'm gonna call it. It looks very busy. I think like that's the best way I can call it. Just extremely busy. Going through my mails real quick. Lazy DM monster damage. Well. Well. Ooh. That's a good tip. I will read that later for my D&D sessions. It's a very good tip. I like that. Thank you, Slyfler. For those of you that are maybe into trying to DM from D&D, Go check out Sly Flourish. Like, I'm not sponsored or anything, but that guy really comes up with a lot of good shit. He comes up with a lot of good stuff that lowers your prep time, but still keeps the same like quality and good stuff going. At least as far as I'm aware. Can I stretch you? I do. Boop. Do this. What's happening? Not what I want to do. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, shit. Uh-huh. There we go. And if I look at it on my main screen, that should now look way, way better. Which is very difficult to see. That also does that from the camera, which I can fix easily by going over. No. That is not what I... Hey! Listen. Hey, hang the fuck on. You listen to me now. You listen. You listen to me now. I don't know what you're trying to do here. But not a fan. Not a fan. Wait, that worked. Okay. What am I... I broke shit, chat. I broke stuff. It happened. It just happened, chat. It just happened. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. It's broken. We will redo it. We will redo it. We'll just redo it. Yeah. We will just go and redo it. Yeah. That's weird. That's very weird. That is very strange. Oh, what are you doing? Hang on. I think I just broke everything. Isn't that amazing? Can I fix you? Yeah. So you can work. But you don't. Why not? It does say it can capture my screen, but it doesn't. Agitating. Let me change this to default. Let me try it again. No. That's weird. There are no filters. That's very weird. Look, chat. Oh, it works. It works. It works, but it's hiding me. I do not want it to hide me, chat. I survive. I always survive. Okay, so let me fix some stuff here. Now we got there we go, chat. We did it. We saved it. Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? We're now trying to resize this. Because this is looking very odd. What do you think? Yeah. What do you think? Kind of looks weird, right? Yep. Kind of looks weird. Tiny. And I can make it big. But we still have that opening on the bottom. I don't like that. I don't like that very much. We do it like this. Yeah. Look at it, chat. We fixed it. We fixed it. We're not there yet. Oh, no, we are not. We're not. Because I see a little tiny again. There we go. We fixed it. Okay, awesome. We did it. We did it, chat. We did it. So, we're now going to look over this tutorial here. So it asked us to... oh, no. Did I? Yeah, I did it. Oh, everything is there. There we go. So it asked us to get this mini pixel pack. And what we're going to do with this is we unzip it and we copy it into our project. And we're going to take this with me. All kinds of D&D stuff in there. Don't look. Don't look, chat. It's horrifying. Monsters at every area. Copy it into your project by dropping the folder in the file system tab. Oh, so I can just put this anywhere. Well. Which drive is not yet dying? I'm just going to go ahead and add folder in Godot. We're going to say assets. And then we're going to get another folder in there. And we're going to call this art. Paste. I didn't want a link. I actually wanted to paste this. Thank you. I don't know why you're doing this. Oop. And then we're going to say extract here. Okay, perfect. What I'm going to do now is apparently we can drop the entire folder in there. So we're going to do that. We're just going to be putting that here. There we go. Mini pixel pack right there. Awesome. Now we need to set up some project-wide settings. Project settings right here. And we're going to set this to 240 on 320. This is going to be very much that like mobile kind of aspect. We now go to look at window width override, which we're going to put on for 80 and height on for 60. It does not seem correct to me. No, 640. There we go. That's what we're going to do for that. Stretch mode. There is a stretch mode, apparently. There it is. And we're going to put this to canvas items. So this will ensure that our game is the right size because we're using pixel art. The images themselves are very small. So an old school resolution like 240 on 320 is perfect. However, on a modern monitor, that's a fairly small window. So the other settings let us scale that up proportionally. If you have a 1080p monitor, you can make the override 720x960 instead. You'll also be able to resize the window when the game is running. In that case, we're actually going to use 720 on 960 because I'm using a very wide screen. No. Why does OBS keep... Look at me. There's so many of me. There's so many of me. Did you see that, chat? So many. So what we're now going to need to do is go to rendering somewhere, which I'm guessing is going to be here as well. Yep. Oh. In the rendering textures section, under canvas textures. Canvas texture. Yes, no. Canvas. I have textures here. Canvas textures, yeah. Set default texture filter to... Okay. This will ensure that our beautiful pixel art stays nice and crispy. Looking... Oh, okay. They made a comparison. That's good. So this is basically going to make sure that your pixel art is going to look better. These are things I did not do for A Man in Space. These are things I did not do for A Man in Space. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible, that one. What we did do is we're going to do inputs. And this I did. this is where we can set the inputs. We have add new action. We're gonna go right, left, up, down. So these are gonna be the controls for this game. Very much. Blech. I don't like that OBS is doing that. I do not want it to do that. That is not fun for me. OBS. Stay in your lane, quite literally. Stay in your lane. Oh, look at that. No music. Yes, there is. There is music. Stay in your lane, OBS. By all means. By all means. So, now that we've added this, we're going to add a plus to right. And press the key on the keyboard. Doop. And we're going to say okay. And I'm going to do the same for my type of keyboard. We're going to go boop. We're going to go boop. We're going to go boop. We're going to go boop on that key. We're going to go boop here. We're going to go boop here. And so for shoot, what should we do? What should we do for shoot? Space, space, and click. Let's go with, oh. Click. We can't click. No. No. Left mouse button. Yep. And spacebar. There we go. Awesome. And then we're going up to the next step. So we got our project set chat. So this is what our little space will be in that we'll work on, as you can see. I hope that will be sufficient. I'm very interested to see how this is going. We need a ship. So that means we're going to choose a node. The first node you add to a scene. So right now we have a scene that is ready. So blah 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 nodes provided, it with functionality. Then you attach child nodes and add additional functionality. What would our game ship be? Let's break down the requirements. Look at the node. So we need a 2D node to move in 2D space. As that's a node that has position, rotation, and other 2D related properties, it has no appearance. We got to display an image, which is going to be sprite 2D. We know this. And then area 2D to detect get hit. That's good. So in the scene tab, we're going to get plus. We're going to go with area 2D, apparently. We're going to say make this, and we're going to call this player. Boop, save it. And we're going to add this new folder. We're going to call this scenes to make it easy on ourselves. And we're going to add a folder player related. Save. Right, makes sense so far? I hope so. Enshrouded? I've not played Enshrouded. I've not played Enshrouded. Hmm. So now we have this. We have player. And now we're going to add another sprite to this. What was this saying? Did we do the right thing? I think we did. Ah, area 2D gives us all the functionality that a node 2D would do. Oh, I did not know that. Well now, interesting. Absolutely interesting. Okay, we have a player node. We now add a sprite 2D. Like this. Keep things organized. Let's rename this node to ship. Okay, we're going to call this ship. From the file system tab. So we did get a player ship right here. We're going to drag this in the texture property. Is right here. I think. Is that what it is? The texture property of the inspector. Let's see what it does. There is none. Ah, there it is. Nope. Ah, nice. Oh, it has multiples. It has multiples. Oh, hi, Anon Pirate. Well, hello, Anon. It has been a while since I've seen that name. It has been a long while. How have you been doing? Welcome to the stream. It is brought to you by the Concerned Farmers of Belgium. I hope you enjoy. There seem to be 3 ships. Yep, that's true. The image from the art pack also includes versions of the ship going to the left or right. We can use this in the animation section. Oh, really? But H frames to 3. What is H frames? H frames. The number of columns in the sprite sheet. Oh, that's pretty neat. That is very neat, actually. So we do indeed have 3 columns. We have left, center, and right. And then we're going to pick frame 1. Because it's an enumeration. So left is 0, middle is 1, last is 2. Okay. So now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Would like you to keep using this, thank you. Okay. Been good, you? I've been doing alright. I've been doing fine. The new year has been chaos. The new year has been a lot of chaos. Because I wanted to try a lot of new things. And time is very limited. Time is very limited. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're with us. It's been a long while since I've seen you. It's also been a long while since I've streamed. Well, when we're talking about last year, yeah. So that would mean we have a ship now. And now we're going to add a collision shape to it. You may also have noticed the yellow triangle. Is there a triangle? Zoom! Zoom indeed. Player. The yellow warning triangle. If you click it, we'll see a warning. We need to define its shape. We can do that by adding. So we now add a collision shape. Collision. 2D. Okay. There we go. And we're going to add a shape. New rectangle shape. Ooh, nice. You can adjust the size by dragging the orange circles, or you can click on the shape in the shape property, expand it, and fill in the size manually. Was that last part? You can click on the shape. Oh. Over button. Local to see. Well, for now, we're just going to do a little bit of this. That would make more sense. Encapsulate this. I don't know about you, but that feels like it would make sense. Okay. Okay. The ship will look much more dynamic with a little animation. Included in the art pack, we have several boosters. To display these, select the ship. So we click ship. And add a child animated sprite. So onto the ship, we're going to go animated. Sprite 2D. Okay. And we're going to name that boosters. Because we need it to be a child so that it remains connected. Oh. Oh. Also, and in case if you weren't aware, we're now also simulcasting. So you can find me on Twitch, but you should also be able to find me on YouTube. Should be. Because if I look at it, we're there. We're still very much there. So, now with that in place, we're going to actually go ahead and try to add an exhaust to this. So we have our boosters. In the inspector, under the animation tab, yes. We have sprite frames. Yep. we need to create new sprite frames. Good. And then click the sprite frames item to open the animation panel. Oh, right here. Okay. At the bottom of the... So this is going to be our little animation screen. Good. We now double click the default animation. And we rename it to forward. Okay. Then to add the animation images, click the add frames from sprite, which is this. Okay. Good. And now we got to find our way to the boosters. Let's have a look at player ship. So now you have the normal boosters right here for forward, and you'll see the select frames allowing you to choose the frames you want. Okay. We open. Okay. Nice zoom. There we go. I gotta get these, I think. There are only 2 frames in this animation, but the grid isn't correct. Ah, okay. So if the grid is not correct, we should not select this yet. Change the size values to match 16 by 16. So let's try this. Like that. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, that makes sense. Because there's 16 pixels, I think. I think that's the whole thing behind that. So now we click both frames. And we add these 2 frames. Okay, cool. All right. Now we can press play. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's neat. Oh, that's amazing. It's a little slow. We can up it to 10. Oh, look at it, chat. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, I love shit like this. Oh, I wish I knew more. We're getting there, chat. So you can also toggle the autoplay on load, so that the animation will start automatically. Look at it, chat. Look at it. It's so cool. Okay. Do we not have to move these? Do we not have to move these? It would seem weird that we don't have to move this. Right? Is that just me? You don't have to, like, resize this? Is that not what we're doing? Like that? I'm gonna leave it there for now, see what happens. But that's what it is. So now we have to add more. So we're gonna add another one. Not what we wanted. We're gonna call this left. We're gonna call this small, because we like using small. And how did we do this last time? We did this. Left. We open this. We zoom because we want to see, and we set this to 16 pixels there, and we selected both of them. We're gonna add this to 10 as well, and then we're gonna do the same for right. Right, open. 16. Boop, boop. Add 2 frames. And put as a 10. Okay. So now we've done this. So the last one we'll need is a timer. Boop, you found the YouTube stream? I see. I see, Anon. I have found you. And I can read you very clearly. I hope you can hear me and read me clearly too. Okay. With that being said, the last node we'll need to complete the player setup is a timer. Control how fast the player can shoot. Add a timer as a child of player. We gotta attach this to player. I added these willy-nilly last time. I'm not gonna lie. I added these willy-nilly. Which can explain why shit went wrong. Add the timer as a child and name it gun cooldown. So we're gonna add a gun cooldown. And now we have a one-shot property that needs to be on. What does one-shot do? This means that when the timer ends, it won't automatically restart, and the player's code will start the timer when the player shoots, and they won't be able to shoot again until the timer runs out. Ah, this would have been useful for the asteroids for a man in space. This would have been useful. Yeah, definitely. Would have definitely been useful. This completes our player setup. So now we have a setup for the player, which is good. We have a scene. We're going to save this. So I need to remember that I should have separate scenes for everything and load them in rather than try to build everything in one scene. Because that's what they're now telling me. And I think that's what's going to happen the moment I get to the main scene as well. So let's continue. Let's figure out what's next. Now we're going to add a script to the player. And we're going to actually code this thing. We're going to say this, and we're going to add a script. Like the player node attach the script. You don't need to change any of the options on the attached node, so just click create. Okay. Oop, there we are. So this line defines what type of object the script should be attached to. It means that the script will have access to all the functionality that an Area 2D provides. Oh, so this gives all the functionality of that. Okay. Okay, so this is, yeah. This connects to this because it's an Area 2D. And it will, if we're trying to connect this to a ship, it will not work. Okay. So now we'll start by making the ship move around the screen. So normally we have this. What they do say that we should do is we should export a variable. Which is kind of weird. What does export do? Allows you to adjust its value in the inspector. Oh. Really? So if I do export var speed equals 150, then that should... Oh! Ah, that's pretty neat. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, cool. Cool. Awesome. And now in the process delta, so we don't need a ready function right now, so we get rid of that. And we're gonna say in process, what does this do? Var input get vector produces a vector pointing in that direction. Finally, move the ship's position by adding that, scaling it to the desired speed, and multiplying by delta. Links to more information. I'm actually going to see what is delta in vector math, because I want to read about this. So the delta or delta time is frequently misunderstood. To illustrate the problem, let's consider a sprite node moving across the screen. If our screen is 600 pixels wide and want the sprite to take 5 seconds to cross the screen, we can use the calculation to find necessary speed. That would be 600 pixels divided by 5 seconds, brings us to 120 pixels a second we need to travel. We'll move the sprite every frame using the process function. If the game is running at 60 frames per second, we can find a per frame movement like so. Occupying the time. Oh. This is a floating point value representing the length of time since the previous frame. Typically this will be, oh, okay. Ah, I see. So that's just to make sure that in case if the computer is doing anything else, we're not going to have lag that way. You found out Godot has an Android app if you've got a tablet. Kind of neat if you don't like being tied to a desktop. I understand. I don't have a tablet, sadly. I do have a laptop, and I do own an Android cell phone. I don't own a tablet. At least I don't, personally. Family members of mine do, but that's not what we're going to go for here. I Are you just getting into GameDev, or have you been doing it for a while? So I've just gotten into it since let's say a couple of months. It took me a while to get to like give it a shot because, well, I didn't think I would be good at it, and I'm not by any way, shape, or form. But I've been watching a lot of Pirate Software stream lately, who's been a big inspiration for a lot of shit in my life. And I've basically went like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll try it. So I started off with a game design document. Let me actually show you this. Because I made this in Notion, which is an amazing note-taking app, by the way. So I started out with a small game design document right here for a man in space. And it's basically just a asteroids clone. I've been working on this game for the past, let's say for the past 2 to 3 months, on and off. In total, I've probably spent like maybe 8 hours on it, if not a little bit more. And the game design document kind of just helps me keep on track. So I made my own sprite for the astronaut. I made my own sprite for the asteroids. I made my own sprite for the health bar. You convinced you to give it a try as well? You're still working on a game design document? Nice. What game are you planning to make, actually? What game are you planning to make? Notion is great. Notion is amazing. I love this. I love this app for everything, because it stores everything very neatly for me. Oh, excuse me. It has a lot of functions, and it's amazing for D&D as well. It's amazing for D&D and any type of role-playing game. So tell me, Anon, what kind of game are you going to be working on? Did you join the jam? I wonder. Did you join the jam? So meanwhile, I'm going to read up on what delta is. Brightness number will give us how many pixels to move each frame. Number will automatically adjust to the frame. Okay. So the delta is just something we keep in mind anytime we calculate any form of speed. What we're going to do is indeed say var input. And we're going to do input get vector. Which does not work. Why does that work? There we go. Checks the press state of the 4 given inputs. Okay, so get vector allows me to basically call each and every one of my buttons. And depending on which one is pressed, that's going to give us an input direction, practically. Up, down. So we have position of the player is going to gain by input times my speed, which is 150, times delta. All right. Let me read a bit up on vector math right now. You didn't join the game jam? Oh, it would have been so great. It would have been so great. To be fair, I've been doubting about joining a game jam, but literally just starting out and immediately starting a game jam with no knowledge, that frightened me to the core. That frightened me to my core. Would have been funny if you joined. Pirate Software meets Anon Pirate. Can you imagine Anon? Can you? Can you? So what will this do, actually? Because right now it's a static that's not found in GDScript native class, which is an error. No. This tutorial is a short. Did I just type get vect instead of get vector? Yes, I did. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, chat. Look at it. There we go. We'll save this. So this get vector thing, what does that do? Vector operations? No. Your game idea is a 2D coffee shop simulator. Probably jumping in the deep end with that idea, but you'll figure it out. Are we talking like the chill mobile games that you can do? Are we talking like the very chill kinda, how should I call it? I don't want to call them, well, they're not necessarily idle games, but they're incremental games, right? Where you can upgrade your coffee shop and it'll just run faster and make more money, and then you can use that money to upgrade it even more. Is that what I'm looking at? Or is it more of a manual kind of thing where you literally have to be a barista and remember all the recipes and make them? Nevertheless, cool idea. That's gonna be your first game. Do you have any, like, knowledge in coding? Did you, like, code in school? Did you, like, code at a job before or not? Because that's very interesting. I like that idea, actually. So there is a lot of stuff to know about vectors. This terrifies me. That's a lot of math. That's an extreme amount of math. Math, it frightens me. Okay. Okay, let me run this scene for a sec. Can you see it, chat? Look at it. Whoop. Whoop. And he's gone. Okay, so we're not really animated, which is weird. I thought this would animate us. Do I have to, like... Oh, no. We have to auto-load it. I think that's what we have to do. Is that what we need to do? Aha! Look at it, chat. It's moving. It's moving, chat. It's moving. Now we have to stay on screen. That's what we're looking for. Not an incremental game, no. Cozy, chill vibes, though. You've toyed with Python a bit. Need to learn game maker language eventually. Well, if that's the if that's the engine you wanted to go with, that's fine. I do think Game Maker is one of the few that allows Python. I could be wrong. What I did is you know the website. If you follow the same path as I have, I followed the website and I was very interested in trying to use C++ actually. And so I started in Godot because Godot does have I believe it's an add-on to allow C++, which I will eventually try to use. Yep. Now, what do we need to do? One problem we have is that if you keep moving, you'll go off screen. We need to lock the player's position property inside the bounds of the screen rectangle at this. So what we're going to add now, apparently, is an onReady. What's an onReady? Tells Godot not to set the value on the screen size variable until the player node has entered the scene tree. Effectively, it means wait until the game starts. Oh! Well, that's interesting. So we have a screen size. And we're going to say get viewport rectangle dot size. And the viewport is basically the blue line we have around here. That's our viewport. Excuse me. Burping all over the place, chat. Burping all over the place. Let me know how that goes for you, by the way, Anon. I'm kind of intrigued by the idea. Very intrigued. So next we have to clamp the position within the bounds of that screen size rectangle. Vector 2, which is what position is, as a clamp method we can use. Vector 2, which is what position is. Right, because it has two vectors, your x and your y. Okay. So now we just need to add position equals position dot clamp. What's clamp do? Actually, what does that do? What does that do? We have vector 2 at 0 green size. I didn't type vector right. I'm an idiot. And it needs to be like this. What does this do? So our position equals the clamp. What's a clamp? Okay. All right, I get it. So right now, our vector 2 contains 2 zeros, which is basically going to be the center of the sprite that we have here. Like 0 is quite literally this little gray dot that you can see. GD script makes a lot of sense to you. It's similar to Python. Really? All right. I did not know that. I did not know that. If it's very similar to Python, that means I could learn more about Python as well. And the more we learn, the better we get. That's the hope. That's the idea. Can you guys actually see the game? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, chat. Look at it. We now can't move off the screen, which is amazing. Okay. And so now what they suggest we do is we account for the extra 8 pixels on each side. So rather than go with vector 2 0, we're gonna actually say how many vectors are available. And then we have to say screen size minus vector 2 8 8. So what would this do? So this would be bringing us to, this would give us the vector of this, right? Of this little square here. And then it says screen size minus. Is that gonna, oh, we're gonna cancel. We just run the thing. Ah, I see. It's gonna account for that extra size. Oh. That's interesting. Okay, so vectors are very important. The odds of me forgetting this, by the way. There's a hardbound music in the background. I just noticed. Nice. I love the hardbound music. I've said it last stream. I listen to this while driving. I listen to this while driving. I listen to this while chilling. It is some of the best soundtracks that have been made. I love it. It's just so good. And since we're allowed to use it once we buy it, which I did because I did want to support Stan, who is the creator of this OST. Yeah, I heavily enjoyed it. And I'm glad we're allowed to use this for stream, because otherwise I wouldn't have any stream music. Or I'd use something that I didn't enjoy myself. Which is not what I'm about, in all honesty. I wouldn't love that. Okay, so that now fixes our player. I might have to remember this. It's gonna be very difficult to memorize this all at once. Delta is gonna be important. Delta is gonna be very important. So now that the ship is moving, we can choose the tilted ship images when moving left or right, as well as matching booster animation. Tell which direction we're moving, we can check the X value of the input vector. Okay? Depending on whether it is positive, negative, or 0 not moving. We can choose the frame value and the animation of the animated sprite 2D. Okay. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to close that. You like having the ferret software stream up in the background while you work to listen to music and support the ferrets. I actually, if I that is something I should actually do. I don't put the ferret software stream up in the background a lot. Which is stupid of me, because that is indeed a very good way of supporting them. I'm an idiot. But mostly, if Thor is streaming himself, I keep that up in the background. It motivates me to listen to people that speak things that make sense. Yeah, it does. It does. When you're a QA for a software company, and you have someone in the background that actually tells you things that make sense, that helps a lot. Because oftentimes in QA, not many things make sense. Okay, so we're gonna try and give this our own spin. Right? So we know that we can go with an X value. So I'm gonna not look at the code. So we have if input dot x. What do we want to do? If it's positive. No, wait, hang on. Positive, negative, or 0. So that would mean we could go higher than 0. I believe I need to add this. No, because that's a higher or equal. And we just gotta go boop. So if this is higher than 0, positive means going to the right. And for that, we have our boosters. Where are you? There you are. So if that is that, we can choose the frame value of sprite 2D. So now we gotta look to the sprite. Go to the right would be frame 2. So we're gonna say ship dot frame equals 2. Identifier ship not declared. Okay. That's very strange. You have to call it like this. Yeah. Okay, so ship.frame equals 2. We know this. And we now also want to get our boosters right. So that would be boosters dot animation. That's this one right here. And we're gonna set this to right. We're probably gonna have to call it like this. Right. Okay, so we have that. Else if input.x, and I believe we can just go back like this, is lower than 0. We're gonna say ship frame. And that's gonna be 0, because we're gonna be going left. Oh. I'm sorry, what? Probably have to indent it like this then. Seems weird to me. Or don't I need an else? Can I just do it like this? Oh, I don't need an else if. That's amazing. Okay, so let's keep this up. So we say boosters dot animation equals left. And then we gotta go if input dot x equals 0. It's gonna be like that because we're comparing it right now. We have our ship dot frame sticks to 1, and our boosters dot animation equals forward. And I really should fix how I use my capital letters, because that will otherwise not work. Okay, let's give this a shot and see if that works. Ah. Oh, really? Is that an issue? I can't use that? Oh. Okay, then what do I need to use? Equals 1. Do I need to do it like this as well? Is that what it wants me? I doubt that that is what it is, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. Invalid set index frame on base sprite to the value of type string. Okay, but what do you want me to do then, is my main question. Because I do have a texture. I'm asking you to set the animation. You don't want to do it with an integer, which is quite literally what you're asking me to do here. Godot. Are you being a nasty? Are you being nasty to me, Godot? Are you being nasty? Are you being nasty to me? It's an index. Maybe I need to set indexes differently. Let me try this. Godot for set index. Is that what we need to do? So I'm actually going to look up what they are doing here. Wait a minute. What? What the? Wait. Hang on, chat. Something's not right. They're using the exact same code. They're using the exact same code. Ah, maybe it's just elif and then else here. Maybe that's why. Well, no, that's not why things are messing up. They are using lowercase though, which is very interesting. So we're gonna say frame. I'm gonna say animation. Maybe it's the use of lowercase stuff. Maybe that is what's ending me right now. And we don't need this. We can just go with else like this. Okay, so elif is interesting to keep using. Okay, so this should work according to them. This should work according to them. It does not. I need to add this code to the bottom as well. We're gonna do this. You can stop that, quite literally. You don't. You're not. Invalid set index animation on base null instance. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? The hell is wrong with you? Did I miss something? I did not. I waited for R ready. Range. Range that does not work. Since I'm quite literally following your tutorial. So if input.x is bigger than ship frame equals 2, ship boosters dot animation equals right. Elif, which is interesting, but we keep this, lower than 0, ship frame equals 0, ship boosters dot animation left, else ship frame equals 1, forward. Seems outdated. Seems not to work. Maybe I don't need a string. Maybe I don't need a string. Is it going to be 0, 1, 2? Is that what it's going to be? Is that what it's going to be? I doubt that's what's going to... Nope. I doubt that's going to be fixing it. Yeah, no. None of that. Let's get rid of animation first. Because I think that might just be an issue with that. Nope, still not what we want to do. Okay, so that works. So this works. That's fine. So now we want to up the animations on the boosters. So how do we do that, chat? So what do they tell us to do? Let me rewrite this. So ship boosters dot animation equals right, which is this one right here. We're gonna save that. We're gonna give that a shot. No, that is still the wrong button we're trying to use here. Okay. I don't actually know that. Let's give it a shot. Adding in a breakpoint. Yep, okay. What did I do wrong last? Can I see my old code? What did I do wrong? Okay. Weird. Let's copy this. Let's add this here and call this left. Go it. Left. Forward. Let's try it again. Nope, we don't want to do that. It seems to be working now. That's weird. Okay. I guess I must have had a typo. I guess I must have just had a typo. Something like that. Something like that. But it's fine. We fixed it. So we did have the proper code at the start. We didn't add our boosters, which was a big issue for us. But we did it anyway, so we're good. So that's the input going. So now we want to add, apparently, a bullet. We're going to make a new scene. We have to appear just ahead of the player, travel forward until going off the screen, detect collisions with enemies. We got to design one prototype, which is good. We need to consider what nodes we want to use. We're going to use Area 2D again, because that will help us for this. I'm not going to look at the solution. I'm going to look at you, chat. Be nice to me. I'm going to look at you. So, no, we did not want this. We did not want any of that. Yep, get rid of that. Do we want to add Area 2D? We know this now. We want to add... So we're going to call this bullet. And we're going to save this player related. We're going to add a child node to this. We know for a fact that we're going to need another sprite. Right? Because that's what we need for projectiles. Which is going to be laser. We're going to call it laser. What else do we need? We need collision detection. That's going to be collision shape 2D. Do we need anything else? Let me look at the projectiles. Do we have... Yeah, we have sprites. Yeah, we have a lot of sprites. So, let's add to the sprite laser. Oh, hang on. Can I double click this? Yeah. They have donuts. Squares. Ooh. Player donut shot. We're probably gonna need another animated as well. I'm gonna say animated sprite 2D to this. And I want to add this to laser, please. Thank you. Okay, let's see if that was the solution. Okay, we're apparently wrong. We don't need this. What we do need, apparently, is a visible on-screen notifier, which is probably what we'll need to despawn it. We need a way to detect when a bullet goes off screen. Yeah. Okay. Now we have charged beam, which is this one. And we gotta go to our sprites. And we're gonna put in here. Now we have to set H frames to 2. Why would we set that to 2? There's more. So we'll only see one at a time. Ah, okay, I get it. Because there's two to say they're gonna be double shots. Okay. Makes sense. The shape of the collision shape. Okay, so now we gotta go up here. We want to add the collision shape on top, I think. Collision shape. We're gonna call you rectangle? Yeah. Gonna make this kind of there we go. Okay. It should look like this. Okay, fair enough. Nice. Okay. So now we gotta add to the bullet. Yep. We're gonna add a script to this. What are they gonna do? They're gonna add a function start, which is gonna be the position. And I'm guessing that that is going to explain where our ship is. And we're gonna say minus 250 apparently. Why mine? Why mine? Ah, okay. I see. Because it needs to travel up and down. The way the 2D works is the Y is here. If you're going to count up, you're actually going to go down. Right. Got it. Okay. Makes sense. So we're going to add a function start to have a position. Position equals pause. So notice the start function we defined that will let us set the bullet's starting position, since the player will move around and spawn the bullets at different. Okay, so we're gonna give a variable to this. Okay, makes sense. And then we're gonna say position dot y gets speed times. Okay. Now we select the bullet node, and now we actually get to send out a signal. This is a list of all the signals this node can emit. Signals are how Godot lets you know that something has happened. In this case, we can use the area entered signal to tell us whenever this bullet touches another area to the node. Okay, So now we're gonna say area entered on bullet. And that should give us that. Okay. I'm not actually gonna look at the code again. Ah, we actually do need the code. So if area is in group. I tried this on my game. It didn't work as I wanted it to, but I'm sure they're gonna explain this. Okay, so I'm learning a lot right now because I started off with a main scene. I started off with a starting screen, which is terrible apparently. You should start with a player, then what the player fires, and then move out from there. That is a very different way of how I did it. An extremely different way. Extremely different way. Oh god. So different. These are things I wish I knew. And that I'm learning now. So we say area.explode. I don't know what this is. Q3. What does this do? We doing a shoot? Yeah, we did. We need to do an under. So Q3, I know what it does. It gets rid of the actual item. I don't know what area explode. Do we have... I have an F1 on explode. Area. Is that something that's gonna be in here? Here we'll check if the bullet hit an enemy. Tell the enemy to explode. Is that gonna come back in enemy? Yes. Okay, so we are... Oh. So we are actually gonna code this later. How would I know that when... How would I know that when I'm starting out? Okay, fair enough. So if the bullet hit an enemy, more about it later. If it did, we tell the enemy to explode. Do the same thing to connect the screen exited signal, which is going to be for... Probably going to be for this one. Yeah, screen exited bullet. And we're going to say it Q3 to despawn that. Okay. So if the area it hits is in group enemies, that will explode, and we're going to get rid of the bullet. We're going to get rid of the bullet here the moment it is. So we can't shoot just yet. My player is gone. That's right, because there's no bullet. Okay, next. The bullet scene provides us with a reusable object we can instantiate whenever the player shoots. Okay, so we're going to go back to player. And we're going to export more stuff. So we're going to add more stuff we can actually use in our sheet of our character. We're going to add a cooldown. We're going to add a bullet scene, which is packed scene. Oh. What is that? What do you do? What do you do? Bullet scene? Do I just add bullet to this? Is that what's happening? I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'll probably have to add this here, which is amazing. And we still gotta add... Let me get rid of this, and let me actually add this to the top here. And let me separate this a bit. So we're gonna say var can shoot equals true. Okay. So the two export variables that you configure them in the inspector, so you can adjust the cooldown time. Set the bullet scene by clicking the property and choosing the bullet TSN file. Look. Really? That's amazing. Okay, so I can just do it like that. So packed scene is gonna be great. This. Packed scene is gonna be great. And shoot is what programmers call a flag, a boolean variable. Yeah, okay, so booleans we know. That I understand for a bit. So now we'll add a start function. Okay? And a ready function as well. So we're gonna say func ready. And we're gonna start a start function. And that's gonna be over here. Func start. This is gonna be position. What is that gonna do? This will let us set initial values for the player as well as resetting them when the game restarts. Okay. How did you get the 64? How did you get this? Okay, let me type what they're typing here. And I kind of want to see how they got to this. Screen size x2. So that I get. That makes sense to me because that's just dividing the thing by 2. What I don't get is this. And now we have gun cooldown. Dot wait time. Which is the timer we're calling. Okay. Equals cooldown. Wait time. On base null instance with. Really? Doesn't make sense to me. Let me stop this for a sec. Let me put you in overtime. How did they figure that out? What happens if I do -10? Is that just... Is that like percentage based? Oh, it starts from bottom. Is that gonna be dependent on it? Is that gonna be dependent on the display? Because we have a height of 320. So if I do -320, that's gonna be at the top, right? Ah, all right. 46. Okay, that works. I'm gonna grab this. We're gonna leave that there. And right now gun cooldown isn't started, so that's what the issue is, I think. We should go over here, add a new function shoot. And then we're gonna say if not can shoot. Then we just return. And return would mean that we're just flipping out of the code. We get out of there. We're starting off with can shoot equals false. Why would we place this here instead of on top? I wonder. Because then we would just keep returning false over and over again. Yeah, that's a stupid thing to have happen to you. Yeah. Totally never happened to me. We can't shoot equals false. We're gonna say it's not short, it's shoot. There you go. Whoop. Gun. Hold down. I see my issue up here. I see my issues. Start. No. Start, not set multiplayer. Start. So we're starting the timer here. Then we have a variable b, which equals bullet scene dot instantiate. That would mean we have b is gonna be an instance. Then we gotta do get tree dot root dot add child b. So we're adding a bullet each and every time it's instantiated. So every time we're shooting, or if we try to shoot anyway, weird. So if we shoot, it gets set to false, the cooldown will start. We instantiate a bullet, we spawn it, and we make it go up. Okay. Position plus vector 2. 0 point minus 8. Because we want it to go up, we need minus for this. So it's going to check if this is allowed. If it isn't, then we will end the function immediately. If the player is, okay, I can see why. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. So if we can't shoot, we don't do any of this, which makes sense. If we can, we skip this and then we go over to this code. Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Makes a lot more sense than I thought it would. Makes a lot more sense. Okay. If the player is allowed to shoot, we're calling it start function to make sure it's placed in the... We can call this function when the player is pressing the key. Add this to the end of the process function. We gotta go back here. Which is if input dot is action pressed shoot. We shoot. Like this, right? Yeah. And then it's gonna go down that code. Okay, so now should have so we can't shoot more than once, apparently. Change. Weird. Did the gun cooldown start? It's a second. Okay. Let's not put this second. Don't we have a cooldown here? Yeah, 0.25. So 0.25 right here. Timer will stop reaching 0 if false. Okay. I made a boo-boo. Made a boo-boo. Made a big boo-boo. The gun cooldown needs to tell us when it's timeout. We're gonna add this in player, and on cooldown, gun cooldown timeout, we're gonna say that can't shoot equals true. Because it doesn't do that automatically. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. And now we should just be able to do this. Okay. Amazing. Now we have this chat, which is good. Which is good. And they're going to be despawned the moment they leave the screen, which is good. Okay. Great. Okay. So what I just did, just keep in mind what I'm learning. I'm really trying to also memorize this, because these are things that I will need later down the line. Excuse me. So we have a position with a screen sign. We know this. So this is basically spawning your player in a particular place. Which I don't know how that would work if you had multiple levels, actually. Because I think that would be interesting to do. Well, no, hang on. You could. And then you would just add if clauses for each level, right? So let's say that you have 3 levels. One where you start up, one where you start down, one where you start left. You would just go if scene equals that. Right? Because the moment you're ready, so that means that you're changing scenes. I think that's how that's gonna work. I think that's how that's gonna work. Okay. Interesting. So apparently now we're gonna go for a main scene. So we gotta make a new one. And this will just call no 2D. Not what I wanted to add it here, actually. I'm gonna add another scene. We're gonna add no 2D. And we're calling that main. So that's where everything is just gonna come together. So now we gotta add a sprite to the child. Ah, okay. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting to use. So sprite 2D. And we're gonna name this the background, because that's we're gonna add there. Right? I think so. I would guess so. We have this. So in space background, we have a texture where we're just gonna add this. Now we have to check, because this has 2 frames, apparently. Yeah, it does. It has twinkling stars, which is amazing. You'd like the image to tile across the full size of the screen, so start with the following. Under offset, set center to off. Offset. Centered what? If true, texture is centered. We don't want to center. Really? Playing this too. This makes the image's top left corner start at the origin rather than its center. Ah. Okay. That's just gonna start there rather than if I do this. Ah. Okay. That's fine. That's what we want to do. Under region, turn enabled on. The region enabled. What do you do? Texture is cut from a larger... Yeah, okay. So that is to cut the entirety of this. Okay. And then select a rectangle to a width of 240 and a height of 320. So this is going to be... this is going to make that stretch, right? Yeah. Under texture, change repeat to enable. Yeah, because right now it's not really doing. Oh. Oh. Look at it. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted for a man in space. I am sad now that I just learned this. I'm sad that I now just learned this. Ah. I'm happy, but I'm also sad. That's kind of what I wanted for a man in space. That's kind of what I wanted for a man in space. I might reuse this. I'm not gonna lie, I might actually reuse this. And we can animate it too. Okay. We can animate it. While we could do this in code by changing the region rect property every frame, we'll use an animation player. Really? Is that a thing? There is. What do you do? A node used for animation playback is used for general purpose. It contains a dictionary of animation library resources and custom blend. Oh, there's a lot of things to this. Okay, cool. Let's check what this can do. Around the animation player is going to be down here. There's a lot of information here, so let's look at how it's laid out. So we have an animation menu, which is to manage duplicate or whatnot. There is the play button here. There's apparently a bunch of buttons here that I don't have yet. So we're gonna say choose the animation button, new. And we're gonna call this scroll. Okay. Great. So now we have the name. We also have an auto load. We gotta toggle this. And we also gotta toggle a loop. Onion skinning. Onion skinning. Yeah. Okay. So this is the length, which is going to be 1 frame. We have a name and all play. Yeah, okay, good. Animations work by adding tracks that represent properties that you want the animation player to control. In the timeline of the player, you'll add keyframes that define what value you want the property to have at that particular time. It's like that. This is going to sound weird the way I'm going to explain this. This is kind of like that camera thing that you can do in Skate 3. What you could do then is just basically be like, I add a keyframe here. I want the camera to be here at this moment. I'm going to add a keyframe here, and I'm going to want to have the camera there at that moment. And the camera would just follow that movement between those two keyframes. I think it's going to be something like that. I think it's going to be something like that. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to add the key icon somewhere. And add keyframes by clicking the key icon that now appears next to every property in the inspector. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Make sure the scrubber, the blue indicator on the timeline, is at time 0. Then select the background. Oh my god, everything now has a key. Okay. And click next to the key next to region rectangle. So this. Okay. You'll be asked if you want to create a new track, and then you'll see a new track added to the animation. Yes, we'll say okay. With a small dot representing the keyframe you just added, drag the scrubber to time 2. Can I just see this in real life? We get the scrubber. We're gonna go all the way to 2. Ah, we gotta set the length to 2. Oh. Okay. And then change the Y value to 64. We're gonna say 64. Enter. Click the key to add another keyframe. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, I'm sad now. Oh, I'm sad now. This is exactly what I want for a man in space. This is exactly what I want for a man in space. Can you see it, chat? That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. That is so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Look at it, chat. And the Y value just updates itself. It's exactly like the Skate 3 thing. This is exactly what. This is exactly what. Okay, I'm gonna stop gushing over this. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue right now because I will have to use that. I will have to use this chat. I will. That is exactly what I wanted for A Man in Space. Okay, so now we're gonna add enemies. We're gonna add a new scene. And this will probably be area 2D again. And we're gonna call this enemy. Right? Enemy. And we're gonna add... So we're also gonna add a sprite 2D apparently. Which makes sense. We gotta add collision to this. Which also makes sense to me. The one thing that doesn't make sense to me is we're apparently going to add an animation player. Which I think is gonna make it so that we can move it. And we now gotta add add 2 timers, which is gonna be move timer and shoot timer, which makes sense because we want to have that on a timer. Okay. Like the area node right here. Under groups, so we should have a group thing. And we should add enemies. Click add. So this will now be part of that group that we defined earlier in, I believe it was the bullet script. Yeah. So this will now be a part of that, which will be amazing. We're also gonna save this actually. Okay. So now we have that object that we're working on. And I know that I would need so many scenes. And I know. Also, we're gonna have to move this, actually. We're gonna add a new folder. We're gonna say enemy. And we're gonna move the enemy there, actually. And we're also gonna create a new folder here, which we'll call main. And we'll add the main there. There we go. That should be that. Before we code anything else. We go back to here. It's now part of enemies, which is good. Remember the code we wrote? Yeah, it looks for objects in the enemies group, just like I said. In the sprites texture, we can now go to enemies. We have Bon. What's an Alan? What's ellipse? Oh no. Add Bon and set its animation 8 frames. So once again, we go look at its sprite. Yep. Animation. So this is 4 now. As you've done before, add a rectangular collision shape. Okay. So we now know that this is what you are. We have the collision shape, which is going to be rectangle. We're going to be like this. Nope. 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 I'm going to say. Enable one shot on both timer nodes. Yep. Because we don't want that to restart unless we wanted to. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. In like looking back at it, it makes so much sense. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. I should not be doing this, but I am. I absolutely am. Now we're gonna add an animation that we're gonna call bounce. Okay, bro. Okay. Setting to loop and autoplay. Yep. We're gonna do this. Set the snap at the bottom of the animation panel 0.05. .05. I can zoom shit. Ugh. How do I do this? Ugh. How do I set the snap? How do I do that? How do I do? Is this the snap? Ah, okay, I can just do this. Yeah, I got it. I press enter now. And now I should be able to, yeah, okay, makes sense. So that will make it so that it's more fluent. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I get it. I get it. I get it, absolutely. Select the sprite node. Okay. And press the key icons next to textures and H-frame to create tracks for them. The texture and H-frame. We're doing this because later we'll add an explosion animation that will use different values for these properties. Okay. So now we'll key the individual frame values we want. Start with keying frames each 0.0 seconds to values in this order. Wait, what? 0.1. Okay, so 0.1. We're gonna add this to for the individual frames we want. We're gonna start off here. Go back here. Hang on. We're gonna say frame 2. We're keying this. Yeah? Oop. Texture and H-frame. Ah, okay, I see what I need to do. They didn't word that right. We should start off at 0. And I believe 2 is the one I want? Yeah. We're adding this. I'm gonna bring this to the top so that we can see. We have this at 2. Then we go to frame 1. We add a key. We're gonna go to 0. We add a key. And then right here at 0.3, we're gonna get boop, 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 3. Okay. Finally, key 0 again and put it immediately after. Okay. Go to this. Boop. Okay. So what does this do? It doesn't look too great. Puzzle play, feel free to adjust if you like. Is there a speed setting? Is there a speed I can change? Wait. I kind of don't like that now. I like this a bit more, not gonna lie. I actually like this a little bit more, not gonna lie. Now we're gonna add another animation here, which we're gonna call explode. Completely new. Where are these being saved? Are they just in the animation player? Animation. They're just here. Oh. Okay. That's weird. That's oddly specific. Okay. Are we still streaming properly? Or are we still streaming, chat? We are. We most certainly are. Which is great. I love this. I genuinely love this. I'm glad I was able to set up the whole thing. Okay. We're still good with the stream, which is good. Which is very good. I like that. I like that a lot. So now we're going to add an animation to explode. Gonna be over here. Now we're gonna change the sprite's texture. Close it. Oh. Effect. Vision. Wait, we have to actually change the entire texture. What? 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 Add another animation? Hang on. Add another animation. Set its length to 0.4. I feel like I've missed that in the last... We didn't. Okay. Strange. Very strange. So that's what that is. What is weird is I need to change the texture on the sprite. Apparently. And now we have to set the H frames to 6. Which is odd. And keyframe that property. Okay. We're gonna keyframe this. Isn't that what we did with the other one as well? With bounce? Can I see bounce? Can I see it? I guess. I just need to switch them out here. Okay. Is that what I... Yeah, okay. So the texture is loaded because of the keyframe, as is the H frames, which is why we're keying those. Right, I get it. I'm getting it now. So we want to get H frames 6. And we need to keyframe H frames as well on 6. We want to change those. We're gonna put the scrubber there. The keys over there. There we go. And now we keyframe the frame at time 0. So we gotta go back to the sprite. And we gotta put this here. Put this on top. On 0. And then on 0.4, we gotta put it to 5. And that will probably loop through the entire explosion, I think. No? No. Apparently not. Is there something wrong? I didn't press enter. Like a dum-dum. Can I get rid of that? Let me get rid of this key for a sec. Huh? Did it work? Did it work? It didn't. It does not. Now keyframe. Hang on. That's not working the way I wanted to. Let me actually get rid of this, Charlie. Let me do this again. Change the sprite's texture. We did that. We keyframed that property. It's right there. We set the length to 0.4. We changed the sprite's texture. Yeah. We also need to make sure that h-frames is changed, which we did. We now need to add a key on frame 0 right here. And then on 0.4 right there. We gotta put this at 5. And that would apparently work. No, it doesn't. Does that mean we have to key the entire thing? Is that not what we need to do? It has 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5. That's gonna be odd. Oh, did it get it now? Did it understand what I was trying to do? Wait. Huh? Doesn't make. It's missing a frame. It's missing a frame. Isn't that supposed to go through that automatically? That's weird. And it just wanted me to do this. That doesn't work that way. We actually need to find a way to do this. This is going to be very finicky. Unless I change this to 0.5. This will allow me to arrange this again. I'm actually going to put my own spin on this because I don't like the way that we have to frame this. Because it says like, oh, it'll go through that automatically, but it doesn't. Or should it? Oh, maybe it's because auto load is on. Is that the issue? We're using auto load? Because in all technicality, it shouldn't be auto loaded. Ah, wait a minute. Is it maybe a function that I'm missing? Let's add frame 0. What does this do? Is that what this is? Yes, okay, so it was a Bezier curve that I needed. Right? Is that what that is? Let me get that out and let me re-add that. Without this. Yeah, so it was the Bezier curve that I need. Okay. Alright. So that is what I do need in case I want to key particular stuff from 0 to 1. That is way back. Come back here for a second. You're now... No, not what I wanted. Yep. They put you at 0.4. 5. Boop. And now that's actually going to loop through that. Okay, so it was a Bezier curve that I needed. Great, we have this. We have this now. It was the Bezier curve that I needed. No, my email. No, email. What are you doing? Leave. It was that I needed. Okay, got it. I got it. I got it, chat. I got it. So animation is interesting. I do like the look of it. I do quite like the look of it. I'm glad we get some free assets here. And I think if we look at Asset Lib, there is a lot you can have as well when it comes to assets. That's going to be great. That's going to be great. That's going to be awesome to do. Do we have a category? 2D tools? Oh, no, those are tools. What if we wanted? Oh, you can actually use. Well then. Well then. Newgrounds.io API. Hello, Newgrounds. Long time no see, old friend. But yeah, there you go. Boop. Right there. Now we need to add a script to our enemy. So they'll spawn at the top of the screen in a grid. After a random amount of time, they'll descend downward. Okay, so we're gonna make a enemy script here. So we have a start position, which will be a vector2 dot 0. So they're gonna start all the way up on the left, and they will have a speed of 0. Okay. On ready. So that means the moment the game is loaded, we're gonna check our screen size, and we're gonna get our viewport rectangle. And we're gonna go for the size. Okay. So we're gonna get the size again. We're doing this at nearly every time we're spawning something. That's important to know. We need to do this multiple times in multiple scripts. It's very good to know. Very good to know. So this is going to keep track of the enemy starting position so that after it moves, it can return to its original location. We'll set it when the enemy is spawned, and we call it starts function. So we're going to say function start position. Pause. Speed equals 0. Position equals vector2 dot pause dot x minus pause dot y. So that's why we're using minus pause, is because we're spawning it on top of the screen. Right? Did I do a boo-boo? Yes. Start pause equals pause. And it's start. Come on. Get with the program, quite literally. So now we await get tree dot create timer random range 0.25 0.55 dot timeout. So here we start a timer that has a random time between 25 milliseconds and 55, and we're waiting that for that timeout. Then we have a tween. Create tween. I don't know what a tween is, actually. I don't know what a tween is. Tween. Write this. General purpose animation using tweener. Tweeners are objects that perform a specific animating task. Interpolating a property or calling a method at a given time. Can be created. You need to use a dedicated method from. Okay. Here we go. Tween is a more suited for animation players for animations where you don't know the final values in advance. Right, okay. Interpolating a dynamically chosen camera zoom value is best done with a tween. It would be difficult to do the same thing with an animation player node. Gotcha. Okay. Great. So we set trans. I don't know what trans is. Tween is back. Okay. Well, hello. We got some. Gordon Shamway, thank you for following. Good to have you here. I hope you're going to be having fun. Did that pop up on you? Did it? Did it pop up on you? I think it did. I hope it did. Would be fun. Yeah, Gordon Shamway, thank you for the follow. I hope you have a good time learning with me. I don't know what this trans thing is, actually. On the tween. Let me look this up again. Sequence will make the sprite node turn red, then shrink, before finally calling node Q3 to free the sprite. Tweeners are executed one after another by default. Behavior can be changed using parallel. Right. Oh. That's cool. So that we can use actually in A Man in Space for animating a hit. Ooh. Alrighty then. If you want to set a different type, trans sign, trans bounce. Okay. Animating arbitrary. Let me actually look at the trans stuff. A sign function, quint. Elasticity wiggling around the edges. Bounce. End animation is interpolated by bouncing at the end. Backing up. Okay. What does that do? So trans is backing out at... What would that mean? What would that mean, do you reckon? We'll see once it's running, actually. We'll check once it's running, yeah. So now here, we're gonna say tween property, because we've decided to use a variable for that. Self position. Start position. Dot y. 1.4. So the property is the object self, property position y, final value variant is going to be the position y, duration float. Okay, so have a duration of 1. So that's the animation that we're actually playing, and then we're going to say await until that tween is finished. And we're gonna now set our move timers. We have our move timer in our tree. And we're gonna say wait time equals randef range 520. Move timer dot start. So what we're gonna do is randef range. There we go. So this is gonna be a start function that I think we're gonna call upon ready. Is that what we're doing? Or are we gonna call this later? Oh, we're gonna call this in delta. All right, we're gonna call this in the process, so that we can only do this the moment a certain enemy has passed a certain space. Interesting. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So then it's going to start. And that's going to happen again once we call this function. Now the same thing, we're going to do something for shoot timer. Wait time equals randef range once more, and we're gonna say 4, and we're gonna start that time. Good. Start. Just to make sure that I read this code correctly, we have a speed of 0, right? Position is going to be vector 2, which is going to be x and negative y, because we're spawning it above. That way, we await the creation of... Oh, we just add a timer here immediately. Why do we add this timer? Okay. Okay. I'm guessing so that it doesn't immediately go for the tween, I guess. Await the creation of a timer. I don't know why we're adding a random timer to this. Here we go. On timer timeout. No, that's for the movement, actually. I don't know why we're adding this. We're going to keep this here, and once the game is actually running, we're going to actually take this out and see what it does, actually. I want to see what this does in particular. What does this do? Set it to comment later. Because I want to figure out specifically what that one does. I kind of get the gist of all of this. I can play around with this value right here. But this one I don't get. But that's fine. We can play with that. So now I have to connect our move timer with a signal of timeout. So on move timer, we're going to say we're going to up the speed equals randef range. 75 to 100 apparently. And we're also going to get the shoot timer. Oh. And there we're gonna say so we're gonna reset the shoot timer apparently. Shoot timer dot wait time equals random range 4.20. Wait, hang on. Okay, I get it. I get why we're adding these here again. So start gets called. And that's where we set our wait time here. But in the meantime, while it's timing out, we want it to run again in the background. We don't want it to just run once and wait for an enemy. So we added it here again. Alright, I get it. Smart. Smarter than me, at least. I would not have thought of that. Okay. We can start moving when the timer runs out. And we'll also shoot. We haven't made a bullet yet, so that part will come later. Now that we're changing speed, we can move using it. And now we're going to actually add the function process delta. And that's just going to be position of this object y plus equals speed times delta. If position dot y is bigger than screen size dot y plus 32. So now we're actually going to check how far down one of the enemies is gone. And that's going to help us out there to just say, hey, the moment this happens, you run start with start pause, which is going to be 0. Because that's what we're setting here. Right? We're setting this to 0, and then each time we call start, we're setting this to... No, we're updating this. Hang on. Now, if the speed isn't 0, we'll see the enemy move down the screen. When it goes off the bottom, we start it all over again. Ah, okay, I get it. So this is us adding an enemy on the top the moment we start, and then once it moves off the screen, it moves off again. Like it restarts. Okay. That means we might have to instance this later, I think. I think we're gonna have a, yeah, we're gonna have a spawning enemies thing to spawn this later. Yeah. Awesome. So I really gotta get out of the mindset of, I'm gonna make a bunch of enemies. I gotta go into the mindset of, I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make one, I'm gonna make it have all the code, and only then do I start multiplying them. Oof. Oof. Kinda difficult if you don't have this. See? Because now it's not really doing anything, because probably the code is not ready yet. See? Because that's kind of the issue. So yeah, we're gonna see if it works. So now we add the explode function. Now we add the explode function. We're gonna say speed equals 0 because we need it to stop the moment it explodes, of course. We're gonna say animation player, and we have this in our tree, so we're calling the animation player. Dot play explode. So now we say it should play explode. Set deferred. What is this? Set deferred. Play the explosion and then delete the enemy when it's finished. The set deferred call makes sure to turn off monitoring on the enemy. This is so that while the enemy is exploding, another bullet can hit it again. Ah, alright. Monitoring will be set to false. I'm gonna add this in common actually. Make it so when the enemy explodes, no bullets can hit it anymore. Harm it anymore. Died.emit. This is not gonna work because we need to add the signal. This is something I have been toying around with. The question I'm wondering is, why are we sending 5 with that? That's the amount of points we're gonna be getting. Yep, okay. That's the amount of points we're gonna be getting. Await. Oop, wrong. Animation player. Dot animation has finished. Okay, so now then we're waiting until the animation is finished. That makes sense. And then we're gonna say queue free. If I did not have a guide for this, I wouldn't know what to do. If I had no guide for this, this would be extremely difficult for me. Extremely difficult, yeah. Wouldn't know a damn thing. Wouldn't know a damn thing. At all. At all. So let's see. Now that we have that signal done, now let's go to the main scene. Here. And add these enemies to the game. Add a script to the main scene. The main node. And start by loading the enemy scene. What does it want me to do? We need an var enemy equals preload. So I don't know where you would use preload and what we used. Where did we use this before? Packed scene. Where would you use? What's the difference between preload and packed scene? Godot or difference packed scene and preload. Preload loads when the script compiles. When the script loads and after it got parsed. Export var other scene pack scene. Best used when making reusable components that will need to load different resources. Okay. And then we have here in main, reload. Loads as soon as the script class is loaded. Frequently before gameplay begins. Right, because we don't need the bullet before the game begins. It's the moment the player is loaded. We do want to have the enemy before the game is started because we need to load that into our game. This gets loaded with our player, so we don't need this because our player is probably going to be preloaded here. Oh, hello, Captain Fubar. thank you for joining. With preload statement, you can use const. Hi, folks. Hi, Captain Fubar. How you doing? You should look up preload versus load. Preload is compile time, load runtime. Yeah. That was what I was literally just reading an article on this. Thank you for explaining this, by the way. So yeah, the way I got it is we want to use this on enemies specifically because we want to load that the moment the game runs. Bullet, we don't want to use a preload because that's going to be loaded with our player. That's as far as I'm getting with it. Which is basically what you're saying, which is preload is compile time, load is runtime. Alright. Awesome. Thank you for explaining this to me. Really helpful. Alternatively, if you have to manage lots of resources, you have the resource preloader node that, like a bag, holds all your resources, unlike having tons of preload statements. That's going to be interesting the moment we make a bigger game. That's going to be interesting the moment we try to go for a bigger game. Lots of resources. So that would mean you're going for, like, as many advantages? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine that that would probably be, like, a big advantage for, I would guess something like compile time and memory usage, I think. Definitely going to be interesting once we try and go for that bigger game. You load resources that are not based on a script that can change, be removed, etc. Oh. Okay. Right, that's what why you say it's a bag. So you put everything in that one node, and then you just call that node in your script anytime you need it. Is basically where I'm getting with this. It is the node that manages the resources, yeah. Kind of like a backpack you give with your game. You're not loading anything. You just give it a little backpack and go, hey, now you open your backpack, you take this, and you do something with it. Is that what you're saying? Am I getting it right, Captain Fubar? Am I getting it right? You attach it to the scene? Exactly. Learning. You attach it to the... All resources are preloaded, and you mama packed all the delicious resources in it. There you go. As much lunch as it can eat. For you to consume whenever you need. Awesome. And that would be... But this node, where would you put this? You would put this in main, right? You would add this as a child node to main then. Because main would be allowing you to call this anywhere. Because it's a particular node, right? Let me actually look up the node. Attach it wherever you need it. So let's say you can have multiple bags. So let's say, for example, we're making a roguelike game. And we have an enemy scene. We can have a bag with all the varying enemy types then, right? With the varying enemy scenes in there, I guess. Right, exactly. And then you can have weapons, or a scene for a weapon, you can preload them there. I'm hitting my mic, I'm sorry. Preload them in there. And then the same goes for... Okay, I think I get it. Preload. Resource preloader, there it is. Okay. No need to edit code. Your artist just adds it to the node. Really? Oh, that would be amazing. Let me actually... I just want to look at it. I'm going to add it, but I'm not going to do anything with it. I just kind of want to inspect this. We have a resource preloader as a script that's empty. A thread group. How would this... Look at center bottom where you add your resource. Oh, right here. Okay. So that would mean we're just having an artist. Oh wait, isn't the scene... because that would be where we're adding our scenes to preload, right? So then the artist would also need the code to add to that, like, to their art, basically. Make a scene in Godot and then add it here. Or am I misunderstanding that? Just needs to click on the folder icon. And then they just add like art, JPEGs, PNGs. Now you can add a whole folder full of resources. Ah, right. So we can just go scenes, enemy, for example. And we can just add that packed scene. It does not matter, it supports all type of Godot resources. Can be node-based, can be sub-resources. Alright. So this is basically a Swiss Army knife of things. I'm gonna leave this for now, because we're actually following a very basic tutorial to just get the basics down, but that is interesting to know. Extremely interesting to know. Thank you, Captain Fubar. Thank you, my captain. I appreciate your service. No, seriously, thank you. I did not know that that kind of node existed at all. That is a Swiss Army knife of things that I can definitely use. Now I know. Yes, I know. I have one issue. Memory retention. It's gonna be difficult to retain that memory with all the stuff I'm learning right now. But now I know that something like that exists. That's gonna be amazing. Okay. Now we're gonna go back to main. And we're actually gonna do the preload, which is gonna be enemy TSN. We're gonna add this, like this. One observation, there is a new method to load in resource in multiple threads. I don't know the threading thing yet. I've never understood threads in program. I've never understood threads in programming so far. It's something I still need to learn. There is a new method to load in resources. Will not be an issue unless you're dealing with very heavy resources. Probably for a bigger game. Definitely for a bigger game, I'm guessing. New method to load in resources. Means you can run multiple threads in parallel. Right, so we can have two pieces of code run. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is that... Hang on. I believe I read something about it. I believe I read something about this on the packed scene forum I was reading. This is more for edge cases. Yeah, I would guess. I would guess, because if we're talking about threading, that means you're going to make a really big game. You're going to be making a really big project, I think. At least that's what I'm guessing. In the meantime, we're continuing this. So we're adding a score of 0. Which is weird we're adding this here, because I had someone tell me that we need to... this would be something that you keep in a auto load somewhere. Unless you don't have huge assets, textures, or meshes, don't worry about it. Okay, awesome. Tip? What tip? What tip do you have for me, Captain Food? When using preload, you can make it a constant. Right, so I don't need to make it a variable. I can just say const right here, I think. All like that. What would be the advantage to using const over variable? Do you know, Captain Fubar? What would be the advantage here to make it a constant rather than a variable? Better memory management. Okay. Okay. Memory management. Better memory management. That would mean if we're using a const, it's going to use less RAM when loading, I think. That's what we're going for, right? Am I correct, Captain? Variable Godot has to allocate a variable size, and Godot has to manage that size all the time. Okay. When it's a constant, it probably won't have to do that. It's defined once Godot has no need to manage it. Okay. So we would probably just use const here now, because we're not really changing our enemy scene in this moment, I think. That being said, we're changing stuff in enemy, but we're not changing this as we go. I think. I'm gonna check. isn't cons going to be an issue when we're spawning things? Because doesn't that, like, we're going to instantiate stuff, change the pause. Well, then again, it's going to be different children, so we're not, that can still be a very constant, right? Resource will always be the same, yeah. Okay, let's try that actually. We'll keep that as it is. We'll keep it a const for now. And we're going to call ready right here. Which is going to be spawn enemies. And we're not going to code that. Also, thank you for helping a newbie out. I appreciate it. You create an instance of it as many as you like. You just duplicate. Yeah, you just duplicate it, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Captain Fubar, for your service. So for X in range. So this is now a for loop. I've learned about this. So, for X in range and for Y in range. These are just like I, you would use I in C++, for example. So we're going to use 2 of these for loops now. And they're going to start probably at 0, I think. Yeah, no, it's a grid. Yeah. I remember, we're making a grid here. We're making a grid. Declaring a range is the normal use, but not needed. You can pass in a value, and GDScript will assume it is a range from 0 to value X. So we could just make a variable or like constant X of 9. And then just be like, for X in range. Is that what we're talking about? For X in 9. Really? We'll try that. And then the same would be like for Y as well. Just say for Y and 3. I'm guessing they're making me use range in this tutorial to just make it readable for me. Because it's kind of, from what I get, it's very reminiscent of Python. I think it's just for the readability. Yeah. This makes it more readable for you. Alright. To be fair, as a newbie, this wouldn't make as much sense if I were, unless I were to add range. But I can see if you're, yeah. I can see if you're more known about this. I'm gonna use range just for my usability. Closer to natural language, yeah. Exactly. Variable e equals enemy dot instantiate. It's an e on the end of instantiate right there. I am very scared for the moment I want to try C++ in this. I'm very scared for the moment I want to do that. Then again, I've done some C++ at my job, considering I'm a QA. But that is very limited. Extremely limited. What are they giving me? They're giving me a variable of position, of pause, which gives me a vector for x times 16 plus 8. 16 plus. Why am I adding 24? Why am I adding 20? Because we're trying to get 24 to multiply with x and then add it with 24. Yeah, okay. Okay. 16 times 4 plus. I really wish I could love to see it. Look into GD extension if you're going to use C++. I'm on the fence of C++, by the way. I'm on the fence because I've used it at work. But the problem is it's kind of not. It's kind of C++ and it's kind of not. Their code is so advanced at this point that they've already defined like tons of their own classes, tons of their own shit, that it isn't really the basic of C++ anymore. I use a lot of their classes, I basically copy a lot of their shit, and then I add like very basic C++ onto that. But yeah, I've heard of GD extension. It's one of the reasons why I want to go with Godot. That way I can start out in GD script, get the basics, and then once I want to go further, I can maybe use C++. Depending. I really want to know how they got the math on this. I'm pretty sure it's probably very extremely basic math that I don't understand, but that's fine. Die.connect. On. Oh, we don't do this. We don't do this. Hang on. Hang on. Back here, you. Died. Nick. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not what we want. That is not what we want. Thank you. You can... No. You're supposed to go in main. You're supposed to go in main. No. No. Yes. Hang on. I should be able to add a function here. Died. Wait a minute. This is in the main. C++ has obvious advantage in terms of direct access and optimization. Yeah, that's what I know. C++ is amazing when it comes to optimizing your program. Direct access, I don't really know what that means. One last tip and then I'll shut up. No. Godot docs are excellent. Should be your first recourse when in doubt about anything. Godot docs is the documentation, I think, right? That you're talking about? We've been opening that as we've been trying. If I don't have stuff in my, let's say in my tutorial that I'm following, then we just literally go, we pick whatever we want, we open the Godot online documentation, we immediately read what's there. Right now it's a signal that I don't have, but I can just open this and I can learn. Which is an amazing function for this, by the way, in all honesty. I am very happy with that. I'm very happy with that. You can control-click on inbuilt metas types to look up. Really? So, like, start? Ah, it's the control-click to find the original. Yeah, okay. It's kind of what a lot of the C++ stuff does as well. Same thing for where the place I'm working at. It kind of has that same option. And then, you know, if it's inbuilt, it'll go right here. Returns, yeah. Triggers child scene instantiation. Triggers, yeah. Okay. Awesome. Access documentation like that, yeah. Alright. Amazing. So somehow I have to connect the died signal of enemy on main. And I have no idea how to do this. Connect. What is the tutorial I'm following? I'm following the Kids Can Code one, which has one that's up to date to 4.x. And we're trying that one because it's a space shooter, which is kind of the project that I started with, which is A Man in Space, which was a stream we did yesterday where we finished a very trashy prototype. Click on... Oh, so I should just do this? Are you sure? Are you absolutely sure? Because this just adds to enemy. Select the script first. Yeah, they're good tutorials. Select the script first. So let's do... Look at the bottom, it adds a new connected method. Yeah, but it wants me to add it directly into the main. It doesn't even want me to add that to the enemy itself, which is weird, actually. Yeah, because we're not really doing anything here to receive that signal. We're emitting it from here. Is the enemy in the scene? If it is not already instantiated, you need to add it in code. Isn't that what we're doing with preload? To add the enemy to the scene and then instantiate it here once we spawn upon ready? Is that not what we're doing here? Is that not what I'm doing? Let me go to the main. Ready function to spawn. We write the to actually spawn. We're adding the child here. We're having a start. Ah, no, I get it. Hang on. I need to type this manually. It's a connect to that signal. I need to type this enemy. Died manually. I remember this. Boop. And I need to do all of this manually in code. Excuse me, as far as I believe. Value. Not for value. I think. You had a scene after instantiating, you can connect to the signal object signal connect. Objects. Enemy.diet connects. Yeah, e.diet connect. My callback method, which is on enemy. Yeah. The main issue I have is we're not really connecting this. I'm not quite sure if that works. And again, it's just a spawner, so it'll probably link it anyway. Yeah, I messed around with this a lot of times when making a man in space. It was horrifying. I'm glad I understand it a bit more now. Okay. Now we're gonna go for enemy shooting. I'm gonna make a new scene again. We're making a enemy bullet. I refer back to that part of your stock. Okay, so we're gonna add. This was an area 2D, if I recall correctly. So we're gonna add a sprite again. We're gonna add a collision. And I'm just gonna look back at bullet. What else we did? I believe it was the visible on-screen notifier. Because we want to make sure it can despawn the moment it leaves the screen. That is a Godot editor interface way of connecting. You can do it in code if the instance is not in this. Ah, right. Okay, that's good to know. That's the only moment where I do need that type of code. Good. Do it and be. Okay. So we need this. And we're gonna call this enemy bullet. Go. Like you made a player bullet earlier. We won't go into steps. You can refer back. Okay. This we save this. This is not player related. Enemy. We have a sprite for this, I think. Gonna be pretty. Hello. Thank you for following, Captain Fu. It is fun having you around. It is fun having someone with knowledge around to guide me. What are your plans for game projects? So right now, I'm gonna open up my Notion for the game design document. Right now, I'm working on a game that's called Asteroids: A Man in Space, which is just quite literally a Asteroids clone to get to know Godot a bit better. And then the moment we have that, we're actually gonna go back. And then we have Worm's Demise. Worm's Demise is gonna be the game that I want to make eventually. It's basically gonna be a roguelike. And I want to go ahead and try and make a roguelike. Because those are the kinds of games that are, I wouldn't say easy to make, but they're easy to play. You can easily load up a roguelike for like 20 minutes, have the fun of your life, and then move forward, right? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm thinking about making it in Godot. I have a few things right now filled in as like, I want to look at Skull Hero Slayer, I want to look at Loop Hero, I want to look at Hollow Knight. And you can have so many variations in this genre. Exactly. The game story pitch is just, it's going to be where you play something like a Viking or a barbarian, and you're sent out to go kill a dragon and its cohorts of kobolds and goblins. And my main idea for this is just, you get started, you start in a grassy area, kobolds and goblins start running at you. And I'm kind of still debating on whether I want to go the Vampire Survivors kind of way, where you automatically attack and do shit. Or you have to manually like make the movements, maybe have a little bit of platforming. I'm still not sure about that, what I want to do. I personally like the Vampire Survivors kind of way as a player. But I can understand that that's not fun for other people, where they're like, yeah, no, I want to have a bit of interaction. I want to do things myself. So there you go. That's kind of where I want to head with this, if I do choose to continue it. Because that being said, I've just started this many variations. Yeah, exactly. That being said, I have started this journey for like a few months now. Where I've only been able to like work on a man in space for, I don't know, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours at a time. Maybe once a week when I'm lucky, right? So I've spent maybe 8 or 9 hours on that game. It's, you know, it has the functions it needs. It isn't as well polished as what I'm making now through the tutorial. But my hope is that this tutorial is just going to give me kind of the flow and the idea of what I need to do to then optimize A Man in Space, maybe remake it, or maybe make a different project with the knowledge I gain. And then try and incrementally, like, the more little shitty games I make, the better I get. And then hopefully eventually I'll be able to make Worm's Demise. That's the goal. That's the idea. I might give up along the way. Who knows if I'm not finding it fun. Right now I'm finding it fun. If I don't find it fun, we'll see. 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 H frames. Have you played with any other game engines yet? Not really. I did play around in Game Maker a bit, but because of the fact that I, didn't really know yet, the way 4 from over at Pirate Software said this is, you're better off just picking an engine first that can do the things you want to do. And considering like a lot of the early game projects, good choice with Godot. Yeah, considering a lot of the early game projects are going to be primarily 2D, I know that Godot is pretty good with 2D. So I'm going to stick to that for now. Maybe eventually I'll spread out to 3D and then I'll be looking at things like, I don't know, Unity maybe, if they stop being greedy people. Well, which seems to catch every economy by storm by now. Might ruin you for other engines though? Maybe. I mean, that's the thing. Now I'm going through the process of learning the quirks in Godot. If I go through that process again, the more and more I go through that progress with other engines, maybe the better I'll go through it. I don't know. Ugh. There we go. We have this. We put a V-frame on it. We're fine. We have several of these. We can choose as accordingly. We're going to keep this for... the script here will be a bit different, so we're going to add a script. No, first, don't be stupid. I don't want to add a circle to this. Is that good? Nah, square would make more sense. Rectangle would make more point. Because it's very blocky, because we're going for... Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't be perfectionistic about it. I swear I can talk. I promise. I swear. Okay. So now we're gonna add a script. Whoop. They say we need. We do again need expert. Don't open your email on stream. What are you doing? What are you doing? Of our speed 50, and so that will now be added to enemy bullet. There it is. Nice. I'm gonna add start, pause, position, pause, which I think is just an any. We can use pause for literally anything. Perfection is the enemy of getting shit done. Exactly. Exactly. Having worked in Agile, I know for a fact that one of the rules, because my boss has had to remind me for many, many times as a QA, is that one of the pillars of Agile is efficiency equals optimizing the stuff we don't do. It's kind of funny to me. Because it's a different way of saying, yeah, we're gonna do less. It's just a very different way of saying we're gonna be doing less. We're gonna add our process delta to do things frame by frame. And that we're gonna say position.y plus equals speed times delta. And now we're actually gonna make it positive, because we want this to move down towards us. There we go. Yeah, we want to work on this. We want to have screen exited and area entered. So go with screen exited on the enemy bullet. And there we're just going to say Q3, as we know. And then we need on area entered. It's going to be for you. No. Area to D. Boop. Oh, so I can do this with an if function. Really? I'm doof. I didn't do it like that in in A Man in Space, to be fair. I'm a doof. Okay. Notice that we're detecting the hit on the player, but it's not doing anything yet. We'll come back to that once we add a way for the player to take damage. Probably gonna be doing with a tween. Probably gonna be doing that with a tween, because there are no extra stuffs there to do. For two anime. Does the tutorial mention anything about hurt box and hitbox? I don't think it does. So far it hasn't. It has 11 chapters. We're at chapter 8 right now. So I don't think it would. Hitbox I know, of course, as a gamer. Hurtbox is kind of different. It is a pattern you can use to manage damage models. Oh, okay. So hurtbox is probably like going to be the square, like if you have a, let's say, humanoid figurine, you can use a hurtbox on the head to multiply the damage. You can use a hurtbox on the leg to minimize the damage. Hurtbox is bullet, sword, etc. Okay. Damage models. Oh, no, I get it. No, I get it. So hurt box, yeah. Yeah, so hurt box is probably just to make sure that, you know, if it's a bullet, it's gonna do more damage than, let's say, a sword. Or let's say a club. Is that what it is? Am I getting it right? I've never heard of hurt box. I'm gonna Google that. Hurt box. Why is Amazon giving me a description for this? Why? What? It's giving me a tutorial for Game Maker. Is Game Maker owned by Amazon? Did I not know this? For example, a person can have a hitbox for the head, torso, legs, and arms. Yeah. Then I'm just gonna have multiple hurt boxes, hitboxes. Okay. The hurt box is probably gonna be like for the blade of the sword, the hilt, the pommel. And that's gonna do different types of damage, I think. Is that where we're going for, Captain Fubar? Weird. I did not know that Game Maker was owned by Amazon. Interesting. Interesting. And it separates to interfere with any physics objects, meaning that physics body only do physics stuff and don't detect any damage. Oh. Simplifies the implementation of damage management. Alright, good to know. Good to know. Right now it's just very easy on like, if this area hits that area, it's a hit. If not, it's not. So that's good if we're ever gonna do damage models. Try to extrapolate? No, not a problem. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I'm learning things. Was just curious if the tutorial had it. I don't think so. Because at the end of the day, this is just gonna be like very simplistic stuff when it comes to like your player and your bullets. I also don't think that's gonna come up with the roguelike, because it's also just gonna count as a hit or not. It's gonna be interesting once we actually start doing 3D stuff, maybe. That's gonna be interesting. Or even just like maybe a stupid 2D fighter might be interesting for that. Because if you're gonna receive a kick to the head, that's gonna do more damage than the kick to the like shoulder or elbow. Even if the model is simple, it separates responsibility. True. True. Very true. That would be good if we're ever gonna try and make a 2D fighter. I feel like that would fit there quite well. Physics body just collides with other physics bodies, yeah. No damage detectors needed, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. That'll be for later, but definitely good to know. Definitely good to know. Where was I? Right here. I was at main. No. Enemy bullet. There we go. Now we gotta add this. Alright, now we gotta preload this into the enemy. So we go here. var bullet scene. And it's also not gonna be a var, because we learned that we can use constant for this. Reload. Yeah. Come on, do it. There we go. And we're gonna add the enemy bullet here. Not that. That's the script. Are you crazy? And then update the shooting function, which is right here. On shoot time or timeout? Yeah. Okay. We have a variable B. Bullets. C. Instantiate. We're gonna instantiate the bullet right here. So we add this as a child to our roots, which is gonna be, and then we're gonna say start position, and it will get that position by this, I think. The start position. Right here. This is gonna be its start position. Okay. Which is gonna get from enemy. Play the main scene and you should have some random enemy bullets. Do we have bullets? We have enemies. Look at them. They're not moving. Oh my god, it's working. Look at it. Look at it. No. It's working. It's working. That's amazing. That's amazing. So now I know what it meant by back. With that trans on the tween. You can kind of see how they're like, the moment they add. That is cool. That is extremely cool to see that working. That is extremely cool to see that working. It just works. It absolutely does. I will never use that as a motto ever in my life. With the shit I've done with a man in space, never will I ever do this. Will I ever say this? Will I ever take it for granted? No. Never. What I don't know is why the enemies aren't being hit. Because they should be. They must certainly. Why are you not? Enemy. Animation. Bounce. Ah. Think it'll be that. Ooh. Okay, not yet. There's still something going on here that doesn't work. Why is my animation? What did you do? Did you break? Why is my animation? Why is that? I don't know who just gave me a thumbs up on YouTube, but have one back and enjoy it. It's all yours. Why is my animation not working? It is quite weird. We do. Okay. Working. You have... What is the issue? Right now, our animations aren't working. If you can look at the scene, that's my enemy right there. Not really. So as you can look at our main, we have the enemies loading in. But normally they should like do a little bounce. And we animated this in enemy with the animation player. But it's not doing that. Like you can see the different keyframes where it should move. But when I run this, animation doesn't work. Hey, do you do that? We did add the right texture, didn't we? I think we have the right texture, right amount of 8. Good. Animation track key editing. Have you changed the path of the sprite? Ah. I think we might have. Would that mean I'd have to key this entire thing anew? Could that be it? Would I have to redo this? Because I think we put this in enemy. Like we changed it to like a folder or something. Click on the animation path? Yeah. Right here? Is that what you're talking about? The property of sprite 2D. Okay. Sprite 2D frame, is that what we're talking about? In the animation player? Above? I'm sorry, am I being an idiot? Check the sprite 2D path. Properties here for this, I think. No? Should be here. Should be here somewhere. Enunciate, expand. Can copy the path and find out that. You can copy it like that. Right 2D. Well, that works, doesn't it? Did we mess up on it? Right 2D frames, right 2D. Still be the same. Texture is still the same. Page frame. Editor is a bit too small to read. No problem. I didn't quite change. I suppose what I can do is just delete this for now and rekey this. Like, that's not the big issue right now. Let's put this back to, I believe it was 2 we start at? Yeah. 2. Our scrubber over here. Go to 1. Yep. We go scrubber over here. We go scrubber over here. Oh. Excuse me. The fuck is that? No, I know. You click on the keyframe icon, it will add sequential icon. On here. Next to the property name. This one here on the right side in the inspector. Oh, that's amazing. I wish I knew earlier. That is amazing. God damn it. Ah, but it doesn't. Now it has the same. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I just gotta start at the start. Got it. Got it. The thing is, I don't want it sequentially. Because they're not in a order of sequence right now. Which is fine. So we just do this. 2, 1. Can I just? No, it's just gonna keep 1 as well. So delete. 0, I think. Yeah. 0. It was 2103. I'm gonna look up the actual, because I forgot about this. Where are you? 21030. 210. We have a tree here. Is that a tree? Yeah. Now we gotta add 0 again. Nope. And so this was spaced out in 0.1, I believe. Yeah, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and then this was 0.35. It doesn't do anything. How did I fuck that up? Oh. You're the one that's autoloader, right? Oh. That's odd. What other keyframes have I animated? Right now it's just H frames. So that it, because this enemy changes between two different animations with different textures. So I keyframed texture. I keyframed H frames at the start of the animation. So that it, sorry, I mean properties. So yeah, texture and H frames. So that it resets. Because we have two different textures with different amounts of frames. So that's what I keyframe at the start. Does this need to be below? Is that the stupidity that I'm doing? No. Okay. Like those keyframes? True. Can you? Win me. Thank you. So that H frames 4. Texture is right. Those are good. Those are absolutely fine. But nothing is changing. Why aren't you? Try and remove them to test. So far, no go. So far, not okay. Let's see if I can just rebuild this from start. So we start off with H frames. You don't want to use curves, not for this. You move to the start. You absolutely. Where'd you go? The hell? Oh, that's setting the music. Actually, we don't want that. Turns out my mic was down. This is where the replay time arrow is. Right. Rubber, come with me. Damn it. Damn it. It was going so well. We finally had things going. And then one thing. Just one. Yeah, we want this. I want to add this. So we're going to start at 2 again. Cool. I'm going to add 21030. And then and then the Fire Nation attacked. Wait, no. Yes. 21. Hello? Hello? That is not the key I'm saying you should do. What's wrong with you? It should show the frame difference in the editor? Yeah, it should. So once again, 2 enter. I keep forgetting to enter because I'm a dumb. 1. Is that what I did? Did I mess up because of an enter? No. No. Tell me it's not real. It's not real. No. I'd rather you be not that. No. Tell me it's not true. Please, chat. No. No. It's still not working. Okay. That's weird. Why is that not changing? It was showing 5 seconds ago. Right? Oh. That's odd. It was showing just a second ago. Remove the other property pass? Okay. Just leave the frame property? Yeah. Same difference right now. Same difference for now. Alright. What's onion skinning? Oh no, let's not do that. Most strange. I know, right? This was working before. Does the tutorial suggest the use of the animation player node? Yes, it does, because we have different animations. So we also have an explode animation, which kind of still works. So that works. But this doesn't. Right, because we didn't keyframe the it's broken. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, is it? Where is it? Bonbon. Or H frames. Ketis. How dare you stoop? 4. Listen to me when I'm telling you to do shit. I don't quite like it when you don't listen. I don't quite like it when you don't listen. All can be done with an animated sprite node. That's true. That's true. I don't know how that works though. And I was really happy with the fact that this worked. God damn it. No. No. I was so happy. 2. Yeah. 1. Yeah. 0. Yeah. 3. Yeah. 0. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. It changed to 1. It changed to 1 at the end, and now it doesn't want to change back. You saw that, right? We all saw that happening, right? Oof. You did not? Okay. Let me show you, because that was weird. So we start off at frame 2 at the start of this. We're booping back here. Right? It automatically goes up by 1 to 3. But that's not the direction we're going. Resets to frame. Zero here. There you go. It only remembers the last one. I think using the same, using different textures in the same sprite node is what is messing it up. Really? That's weird. That's what they're telling me to do. Hang on, let me go way back. So we have an area 2D. Right, we have a collision shape and an animation plane. So that's to 0.05. Good. Set it to looping and autoplay. Done. Snap at the bottom. Did this. Select the sprite node and press the key icons next to texture and atriums to create tracks. We're doing this because later we'll add an explosion animation that will use different values for these properties. Now we'll key the individual frames values we want. Start with keying frames each 0.1 seconds. In this order. Huh. That's weird. That is not the normal use as a nude sprite 2D. Okay. Well, hang on. Because that's going to mess up my code as well, right? Because we have explode here. It's going to say animation player play explode. And that one does work. It won't mess it up? You promise? Do you promise? Because I really don't want to redo everything. Two 103. Animation player will just use a different sprite to animate. Okay. Sprite 2D. Sprite 2D 2. Wait. Hang on. We gotta get rid of all of this. For bounce. In that case. Right? We're gonna go back to sprite 2D 2. We're gonna add bonbon to this. 4 of the how would I know which one is which? Maybe? Yeah. Okay. So now I'll just do 2. Let me do this again with this sprite thing. Rename the node? Yeah, sure. I'll rename it to I don't know, Bonbon Sprite. Bonbon Sprite is gonna be the name. 2. Okay. And go back here. 1. 0. 3. Damn it! What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm pretty sure I put you to 0 here. What are you doing? No. What the? Get back here, you son of a bitch! What are you doing right now? I wish that remained open, actually. I really wish that remained open so I could see what properties it had. Add a keyframe to set the visibility. Oh. Right, so in that case, I'll just add explosion to this. Like that. I'll say 6 here. And we're gonna lower visibility here. And we'll change that in explosion later. We'll go explosion. Bonbon Sprite is wanting to work with me. And I don't like that. 3. E. 0. Do you work now? Aha! Aha. Now does this. Okay. Let's see. And at the start of explosion, we should just say visibility. We should say on, key this. I added it to bounce. Why would I add this to bounce? If I can just say. Here we go. That, and we disable this. Boom. Okay. Let's see what this does, actually. I don't think that's gonna fix it immediately. Is it me or are they just looking very weird? Turn loop off? On what? On the bounce? No, we want it to bounce. This is what we want. This is what we want. This is the bounce we want. Just looking very weird. I thought they had faces. Bonbon? Are you schmuggly? Are you a schmuggly bonbon? No, you have face. Look. They should have a face. It is intended. Yeah, it's intended to have that animation. What I don't know is why Bonbon got so ugly. Why'd he get so ugly? What happened? What happened to my sweet baby boy? The second to last keyframe has no keyframe? The second to last keyframe has no frame? Yeah, but look at the sprite and then look at it in the game scene. That's what's worrying me. It's not drawing the eyes, which is very odd. Or they are just that small. Hard to see. You have filter on? What filter? Texture filter? Right, there's a texture filter I need to do. I remember. You're right. There's something to do with that. Yes, there you go. There it is. There it is. Maybe that's what's causing the issue. Or not. It's already in the project settings normally. This is one of the first things they made me do. Rendering. Textures. Nearest. It's already here. Already here. So this we already did. Why are they so ugly? Why are they so small? Why? Then it should already work? Yeah, it should. It's kind of weird how their textures just mess up. I mean, look at him. Look at my bonbon. Now look at the schmuggly bonbon. Look at him. Ah. No, I can't. I can't, not for the life of me. Second to last is too fast? Yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. It's the main draw. Only shows one frame? What do you mean only shows one frame? This one right here? Oh. What happens if I do this? Let me mess around with this. Oh, it got worse. Oh, god damn it. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. Where is it? The explosion was in front of it the entire time. The small exploding. It's still there. There's something in the front. Something is there. And I will find what it is. I want to know what it is. Why are you schmuggly bonbon? Why are you schmuggly bonbon? There's one, like... This particular frame is in front of it at all times. An explosion not visible to reset animation. The thing is, it's this one frame. Select reset animation. What? Where? Click on bounce. Yeah. Reset. Okay. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, what did you do? Motherfucker. Wait a minute. What? You should don't know. I am now mad. I am now mad. Because look what happened. There. No, but look at it. Reset is not an animation? Okay. The weird thing is, I notice explosion. And I think it's just that there is one frame there that should not be there. Resets all objects to a base. Ah, so I need to add... I need to change this then. To off. Is that what we're talking about? Am I doing it? Am I doing it? I think I just need to make sure that this is invisible. Oh, hang on. This needs to be true then. Because explosion should only be visible the moment it starts. Explosion should be invisible in reset. Ah, okay. I get it. In reset it should be, but in explode it's allowed to be invisible. Gotcha. Gotcha. The main question now is, did that fix it? Did that fix it? Is he still smuggling? We fixed it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, God, Jesus. That was agitating. Not gonna lie. Okay, so if you're using an animation player and you have two different textures, you would add a sprite node specifically for each one. Go with animated sprite node? Yeah. Yeah. I want to say I will. If I remember. If it is indeed for that simple, if it is indeed to make it simpler, I find it weird they didn't do this in the tutorial then, to be fair. To be frank with you. But hey, we learn. We learn and we do things. So now we're coding UI. The question is, how long have I been? You would introduce animation player node? I'm actually going to look these up. Animation sprite. Or animated sprite, I think is the one. Yeah. Oh, we use this. We've used this somewhere. I believe we do it for the boosters. Because that is just 2 frames. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I believe the reason why they made me do it in animation player specifically is because the last frame is so quick to have that like whole bop kind of feel, and then you have a pause, which I don't think you can get in the animated sprite. Is that a reason? You can? How? Teach me, please. Is it frame duration? You can't upright frame duration the moment I say it. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. Stop asking stupid questions, goddammit. Stop asking the dumb questions. Okay. Isn't frame duration just gonna make this last as long as this one? Or could I just set this? I can set this separately, can't I? Yeah, I'm an idiot. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna shut up now. Frame duration is just that duration of the frame. Yeah. For some reason it was in my mind that, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's get some UI and score. Which is user interface. Okay. Start the scene with... Okay, so we're making a new scene. They're making UI a separate scene? What? Hey there. Oh, hang on. Ah, look at it. No, it's gone. FPS dictates the player speed. Yeah. Yes, think Lego. Building blocks. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing now. Let me show you, actually. I've saved everything in here, have I? Yeah. Let me open a project. Did I open... Where is it? Where is it? I can't I? You know what? Godot. And in space. Where's my project? Godot? I'd have to open it manually. Basically, what I have in a man in space is I have a bullet, an asteroid, a player, and main. And everything is done in main. Everything just sits in main and rots. Absolute insanity. But it's good to know that I can do this and think like Lego. I make a building block, I add a building block. I make a building block, I add a building block. Extremely good to know. You need for you. The margin container. Margin container. Keeps a margin around its child control. Name it UI. UI. Containers are control nodes that are designed to control the size and position of their children. Eat this. Why didn't I start with this? I'm a fool. I'm a fool. This makes sure its children don't get too close to the edge. Yep. Don't fall off, children. In the inspector. No. Override. Constant. Set all 4 margin values to 10. We will. Boop, 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 boop. Then in the menu bar at the top of the viewport. Menu bar, top of the viewport. Folder. UI. And then in the menu bar at the top of the viewport, set the anchors. Right here. Set the anchors to the top by preset. Top white. Next we'll add an HBox in there. Edit in the 2D editor to see the results. You mean the margins? Sure. Right now that didn't do things, but guessing. Oh, it's gone. It's left. There it is. How to place the element in relation to the window viewport? Yeah. Yep. That I realize. I have worked with anchors before, weirdly enough. We use a lot of selfie control that require a lot of anchoring. To resize the window, it'll keep in place the relation. Yeah. Which is going to be good the moment I try to like make the screen bigger. Speaking of, is that an option actually? Can I do that again? Oop. Amazing. Amazing. Next we'll add an HBox container. Yes, we will. This is going to be for health. I know this one. I've studied this one. I spent a lot of time on this one. I made a sprite for it specifically. I know this one. This will represent our ship's shield level. Name it shield bar. Shields. There's not a good image in the art pack to use. But there is one, but isn't formatted an easy way to work with. So we'll use the 2 images below. One is a green bar, the other is a white outline. Save them in your project folder. You do. Asset. Art. And we're just gonna effects, enemies, items, player ship, projectiles, objects. Item held. Yeah, it's not really parsed well. I'll just do bar foreground in there. Where'd you go? Bar foreground. You went into effects. Why'd you go into effects, you dumbass? Why would you? There we go. Damn it. UI element, hello? Are you okay? Did you get drunk? What the hell? Drag the foreground image to the progress. Texture. Right there. In the texture section, drag the foreground image to the progress and the background image to the under. Ah, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Fool. You need a texture progress bar. So this should still be named HBox container. Because I'm an idiot. And this is the one that's the actual shield bar. I messed up the tutorial. It's fine. We're back. So now we do have an actual texture somewhere. No. Textures. There we go. So this is going to go into progress. This is going to go into under. It's very small. Let's first, under layout, set custom minimum size. It's not the size of it. It's how you use it. 80, 16. Imogen. Instead, we'll check the 9 patch stretch. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's ugly. It's ugly. There we go. Yeah. Okay. See what it looks like when filled. Change the value property in the range section. Oosh. Value 50. Nice. We have ourselves a health bar, gentlemen. A bar that severs shields. Yes. Yes. On the right side, we'd like to show score. We could just use a label node and add a font, but that's not very fun. That's what you did for your first project, and you're a dumbass. God damn. God damn. Son of a bitch, I feel called out. I feel extremely called out right now. I do not find this fun. I feel extremely called out because that's what I did for a man in space. You know, kids can code. I don't like you. I don't like you. You're calling me out. I'm trying things. Oh, look at all the streams. They know. Yes, they know. It terrifies me. Save me. Oh boy. Let's add another HBox container. We call the score counter apparently. We set it to top white again. Oh. Set the alignment to end. Do we have an alignment? Yes. Set the alignment. Which one? Which one? Both? Only this? Which one? Tell me. There are many alignments. There is chaotic. There is lawful. There is good and evil. Tell me. A few more. Separation, you need it? Yep, we'll do that. I don't know what they're trying to make me do here, but I'm... In this container, you'll have a string of nodes showing each digit. We'll start by adding one and then duplicating it. Oh, they're making me duplicate these things again. No! Ugh. Ugh. Name it score counter. Set it to top white and set the alignment to end. My guy, there are many alignments. Some of which I do not quite like. Ah, I just have to go with this. Okay, it's horizontal only. Gotcha. We did that. Now we add texture rect. The texture is gonna get wrecked. Stupid joke, and I like it. Name this digit 0. Digi 0. Under texture, Select new atlas text. Okay. Then click the box to open it. Huh? Hello? Hello? Nice to meet you here, little box. Nice to meet you. Drag number font. They have number font? They do. Into the atlas property. Ugh. Then set the region. Brief. Like this. Oh, look at it. It's there. I have no idea what I just did. I have no idea what I just did. Don't ask. Don't ask. It's stretch mode. Keep aspect centered. Okay. Select the node and duplicate it 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not what I want. We can't edit region to understand. The button edit region. Oh. So they made me enter these while I could have just been like, nah, I want to have this one. Mother. Well, that would have been... Not gonna say it's better. Not yet. Not gonna say it's better. But it's there. Click on grid mode. There's a grid mode. There's a grid mode. No. Where is it? Where is it? No. 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 I'm an idiot. I am a fool. I'm a fool. Amazing. The picture below shows what you should see after this step. Yeah. Look at them all. It's a score. They are all using the same. This means that we can change the region to show a different digit. It will change on all the digits. That is because the resource objects, such as texture, are loaded into memory and then shared. There's really only one texture. While this is efficient, yada yada. Okay, so now we gotta make this unique for each. Which we do. Right? Here. We do this manually for each and every one of them until Captain Foobar gives us another tip. Select all, don't edit each. There it is. I called it. He's there, chat. He's there. He's there to help you. And by God, he's good at it. A number is required. Why'd you tell me that a number is required? I do not know what you speak of. Okay. Sure. Sure. We'll say that this is not an error that we should deal with. Now we'll add a script to this counter. Okay. So now we have variable digit coordinates. That's gonna be an array of vectors. An array of vectors, huh? Okay, I guess. Let me just copy this, because I'm not... There's no way I'm coding this. There's no way I'm coding this at this time of day. Boop. Boop, boop. Ignore? Ignore the error? Yeah. Insane. Absolutely. You don't like this, do you? Why would you ever do this in a tutorial? What? Code all the vectors? I don't know. To practice? To practice? Wouldn't you? Aren't you new? Punk. Display digits. N. Okay, hang on. That's a lot of variables. That's a regular expression. It? Is that a regex right there? You putting a regex in my game? Ah. What? Oh, and here they just go for I and 8. The grid before needed range, but now it doesn't. I read it in multiple ways, would rather teach the use of teams. You mean this? I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. So we say get child on I. Because we have 8 of these, so he's just gonna check these. Dot texture dot region equals rect2. Digit chords. And now we gotta add this to the mix. Integer is hang the fuck on. What are we doing? Whoa, hang the fuck on. Why are you indenting now? What? Oh no. Where am I? This isn't Texas anymore, Toto. Did I add a regex to this? Even the code example is horrible. God. Function rect2 not found in base cell. No, because it needs a boop. The rect2 represents an axis line rectangle in a 2D space. Define its position, which are vector 2. It is frequently used for fast overlap tests. Technically, it is a fast overlap test, right? Because you're testing each and every coordinate. Isn't that what it is? You gonna grab some food and lurk? Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Enjoy! Enjoy being rid of the code. It will haunt your nightmares later, I assure you. Okay. That's what that is. That's what that does. 8. Check them. It's going to apply the coordinates as they should. This vector does something, I believe. Antenna. Odd. Fair enough. Go back to the UI. Okay. And add the score counter. I have to do what? I have to do what? No. What? Go back to the UI scene, add the score counter to the HBox container. Huh? What did he just say? Add the score counter to the HBox container. How would I add this? What? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to instantiate it? Huh? Nanny? I guess. And now we had a script here, apparently. So we now on ready of the game. Make of our shield bar. Shield bar. And we now do the same. Can I duplicate code? No. Oh, Jesus. I guess we instance it. I doubt that's how it's gonna work, but I guess we'll do it. I'm getting tired, so I should stop, but I can't. We're so close, chat. So close. The shield. X value. Value. Shield bar. Max value. Equals max value. Shield bar value equals value. We'll call these functions from main whenever we need to update the score or the shield. I really don't know what they want from me. We had to instance it, right? There's no way. Jesus. They're going all kinds of ways with this now. You can see it's the end. You can absolutely see it's the end. Can I move you? Oh. No. Not working! God damn it. Oh no. What'd I do? Where did I go wrong? And they're not even showing any more freaking... Right now they're not even showing any more screenshots. They're just done. They're just done with the tutorial. They gave up midway. Is it this I need to do? Not really doing anything, to be fair. It's gone. Did I give... Wait. Stop white, set alignment to end. Stop white? And does nothing. And does absolutely... This horizontal alignment thing does nothing. You fool. You should just do this. Does that change it? No, I gotta delete. I don't want... Well, what do you mean I need to just do this? No, why would you do that? Not like that, damn it. What am I doing? Oh, wake up. Why is it there? Damn it. Damn it. God damn. God, what is this? What is this? What is your tutorial doing, man? What is your tutorial doing? What is happening right now? So this was useless to me. Let me get rid of you again. Instantiate child. Damn it. They want me to add this without being able to add this. Do I just do this? Certainly not. It's the same difference. How is the counter working? Does it count? It doesn't even set in the right place. I want you... You know what? I'm so done with this tutorial right now. I want you to read this. Let me read it to you. So, it told me that we're done with score counter, right? Which is a completely different scene, right? Go back to the UI scene and add the score counter to the HBox container. That's all I have. That's all I can work with, Captain Fubar. Add the score counter. You need to add the instance? Well, that's what I'm doing, but look what it does. That's what I'm doing, but look what it does. I can't move this. It is fervently stuck up there. It will never move. How is the size flag set? In the original score counter or in an HBox container? Under layout. Container sizing. Should be end, right? Should be end, right? Horizontal shrink end does nothing, weirdly enough. Insane to me. Insane to me. You need to set to expand. Oh! I am a fool. And I will forever remain a fool. But think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. They never, once in this tutorial, explained to us how you would add a child node. So a dumbass like me walks along, reads this and is like, wait, what? Tell the parent container what minimum size they need and how they want to grow. Okay. Okay. The little Sally has to tell their parents that she wants to go right. Basically. Okay. We're close. I feel it, we're close. We're almost done. I am tired, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's a good idea to keep going. I'm tired. Container then positions it. Yeah. Exactly. Gotcha. Gonna lower my mic a second because that's a lot of stuff. We are currently trying. We did this. We have that, and now we go to main. Now I have to add a canvas layer. Right, this. And instance the UI as its child. So now that we know how to do this, we just do this. Right? Yeah. The canvas layer node creates another drawing layer. Our UI will be drawn at the top of the game. Yep. Change this function. Now we have to go to the main. Now we have to say canvas layer slash UI dot update for 4. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Forgot something. We for may have forgotten something. May have forgotten something. May have forgotten something. I believe we have to set it to max file right now. When we get started, is that what we're doing? Yeah. So. Hmm? I need to load in the player. I need to load in the player, I think. For some reason. Wait, they didn't go over this. They actually did not go over this. They're like, oh, watch your score go up when you shoot enemies. There's no player. Didn't tell me to add a player. What the fuck is wrong? What are you doing? There? Yeah. You didn't tell me to add my player. You didn't tell me to add my player. The fuck is wrong with you? Is this... Let me try this. It will certainly not work, but let me try this. Motherfucker. 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 So I basically needed to run the script, right? I just needed to run the player script and we're fine. But I can't. Just add them in the scene tree. Control-Shift-A. Really? Really? No. No. Can it be that easy? I want you to hit me. Hit me! My health is not going down. Yeah, but that's fine. Can you see what's going on, Captain Fubar? Take a look at the score. Look what's happening. Look what's happening with this. Tutorials not explained? No. They did not. So what they did was, oh, you just made a score counter? Yeah. Add that. And that's all they did. That's all they did. It's quite literally all they did. Also, the spawning just stopped. Spawning just stopped. I hate this. Fuck. For some reason, my game just stopped spawning monsters. Am I killing them too fast? Is that what's happening? My health does not update. You know what the worst thing is? This is just as janky as a man in space. I'm not even kidding. This is just as much jank. Oh my god. Oh, god damn it. Guess I'll come back to this. Guess I'll actually come back to this. Because I'm getting extremely tired right now. And I should not be doing this, trying to learn when I'm this tired. So I'll come back to this. Just needs a bit of tweaking? Yeah, I think so. I think so. It's nicer looking jank than a Man in Spaces, but it's jank still. Let's get back to this next time, huh? I'm not gonna lie, this was fun. This was fun. It was good to learn through a guide. Definitely still tutorial hell. Definitely still tutorial hell. I'm actually gonna check what I did wrong. Because I don't get what happened. Weirdly enough, all of this makes sense. Display digits N, bar S, or I in 8. Vector 2, rect 2, digit chords in SI. Insanity. So the shield that doesn't drop is alright because we didn't do that? But like... that score is weird. That score is extremely weird. Very weird. Oh, you know what might be the case? You know what might actually be the case? Let me try something here. This is gonna sound insane. But we made the last 3 of them unique. Could it be that? I wonder. Could it? Yep, that was it. You can't make more than one unique. You can't make more than one of them unique. Can I break it like this, though, is the main question. Can I make it go break? No, because I don't have enough enemies to gun now. I give up. I give up. Sure you can. Yeah, but I don't have enough enemies. My enemies don't spawn quickly enough. Which is kind of weird. Which is kind of weird. Isn't there like a... isn't there like a spawner for this? Because it's only called on ready? Wait a minute. There is a... very weird. Extremely weird, that one. And you saw the enemy spawn logic? Yeah. It's this one. Right here. I believe that's the spawning. I'm gonna quickly check if there's any other code I missed, but I don't think I did. Spawning enemies. We preloaded this. Oh, I get it. I get it. The tutorial leaves that for you to do after you finish it. The tutorial makes you, like, think up by yourself and try to figure out how to do this. Which I think we can do. I don't think it's difficult. We can just make a new function, I think. We can make a new function, which is respawn on clear. Like something like that. Respawn on clear. Something like that. Then we'd have to... We have... Wait a minute. After waves closure continuously? No, they suggest you do it after the screen is cleared. But there's an issue. I would have to expand the enemy. Yeah, easiest is after wave. Yeah, I know. I would have to expand the enemy with a visible notifier. Because right now, they don't despawn when they go down the screen. That's strange. So we make the bullets despawn, but we don't make the enemy despawn. Range. No, they didn't tell me to add a visibility notifier to the enemy. Yeah. I'm gonna quit for now, though. This has been a lot of fun, but I'm gonna quit because... look at it. Look at it. Look at the stream. Look at everything on my screen. It's everywhere. Everywhere, chat. I'm gonna actually hang up the code for now, because goddamn. Goddamn. I would like to say that I do think I've learned a thing or two. I would like to think that. Keep having fun with Godot. That's the idea. That's the idea. And if we have a Captain Fubar guide us through the fucking battlefield that is Godot, that'll be amazing. But no, it was fun. I kind of more understand the fact that I need, like, rather than making one huge smorgasbord of Lego immediately. Alright, well, that being said, I'm actually gonna set as well, because I don't have this. Where is it? There it is. Ugh. And I'm going to hang up the code for the evening. It has been amazing doing this. Thank you, Captain Fubar, for joining us. Again, if you guys want to know when I go live, because life is chaos, go ahead and find the Discord link below. Make sure to get yourself... Well, make sure that you register on our Discord. There is a server access that you need. And the moment you're there, me or a moderator will accept you, and you'll be part of the community. And you will get all the announcements when I go live. Have a good evening, and I'll talk to you guys later.